Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Are you ready to see your brand on TV? Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe, you can launch
Order filled. Do you think it's real?
I mean, it's real when it's real, right? We never know if it's going to happen. The best I can do is to provide you with a Santa Hogue today. First, JD, always a pleasure to be here with you. It's great to see you this morning. It's great to see everybody. As always, we're going to be focusing on seeking accurate context in these markets, always remembering risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Good morning to the top of the chat. I see Dan Trader. Somebody was below him here he is. Leaders only. It's good to see you, leaders only. Chris, Eddie's Bong, Anastasios, Capsule. Good to see you. Cannabiscan's back. Good to see you. Yabbersmack, Nick Nichols, GG, Man Cave, Slippers, Rick Quaz, and John Jones. Top of the chat. Dan Trader seems to have a monopoly to be the first one here every day. That's quite an accomplishment, Dan Trader. Proud of you. Top of the chat, my early birds. Good to see everyone.
All the chat all-stars right at the top. Well, Hogue, what was happening yesterday? I was looking at a bunch of stories on inflows earlier this morning. Apparently, 2024 was the year of the bond, according to investing.com. $600 billion worth of inflows into the bond market yesterday across retail and commercial investors. We know but it's kind of turning around. Bonds are starting to back off now, but a lot of people locked in those higher bond yields. It's all about fixed income going into the future, right? So we know as bond prices rise, yields start to come down, and it works inversely. And as inflation quells, bond yields also start to retract a bit. So people started locking in those higher interest rates in 2024. Or they didn't start, but the largest influx of bond investments happened in 2024, $600 billion in the global bond funds this year. Inflation is dwindling, and we're proving it now. In other inflow news, Bank of America, this one comes from investing.com also. Bank of America says marked 6 consecutive weeks of inflows into U.S. equities, $7.3 billion in total. Third largest inflow since 2008, highest since October 2022. $7.3 billion worth of retail stock inflows. Hogue, let me ask you a question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. But when retail starts loading up on stocks, biggest inflow since 2008, when retail is loaded up on stocks, is that telling you something? Does that tell you the top isn't maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, especially with inflows and bonds being as high as they are. Seems that the retail traders have found out about stocks. And if this is the highest number since 2008, I remember what happened in 2008 and 2009, not suggesting that we're going to have any kind of a crash or pullback to that degree, but it does make me a little bit nervous. The greed factor is probably a little bit high out there. So, be careful. I've lightened up on some of my stocks. Good thing I lightened up a little bit on NVIDIA, because MarketWatch has a headline this morning about NVIDIA now in correction territory, and Microsoft CEO remark may make matters worse. So we'll have to see what happens with NVIDIA today. It doesn't seem to be affecting the NASDAQ that much. NASDAQ is doing just fine while NVIDIA is in correction territory. Very kind of strange, but it's a little unnerving when all of the retail traders are piling into stocks. They seem to be the last ones in before some sort of a corrective move, or at least some long time frame consolidation begins.
For sure. I was looking at that a couple of NVIDIA articles also this morning, down 2% yesterday, but still up 167% year to date. So even though, pardon me, got a little sniffle this morning. Even though they say we're in correction territory in NVIDIA, up over 150% on the year still. In other news, we got Tesla. Tesla up another 6% yesterday, 6.14%. Closed at 463 on the day, up nearly 2% again this morning. Tesla is surging. And the battle of the chip makers. NVIDIA is down, but Broadcom is up. We talked about this in the weekly kickoff email. Broadcom hit a valuation of $1 trillion last Friday. The stock is up close to 11% yesterday. Is that incredible or what? Who's loaded up on Broadcom? Broadcom's trading at $250 right now, up 11.21% yesterday, $25.20.
That unfortunately is not one that I'm loaded up on.
Neither am I. And if you're loaded up on TikTok, guys, Supreme Court is back at it. TikTok has appealed to the Supreme Court, trying not to get banned. They got about a month to convince the Supreme Court to stay alive in the United States. Apparently, our elected officials think that China has access to just too much U.S. data, and TikTok has got to go. TikTok is appealing these efforts to shut it down, but we'll see what happens. They're heading to the Hill soon to debate whether or not TikTok will stay around in America.
JD, are you on TikTok?
I am not on TikTok. I've never, I take it back. I've made videos that were turned into TikToks only for Topstep, though. As far as I know, I don't exist on TikTok anywhere except for a couple of times.
I don't think that I do either. But I'm not real big in social media anyway, so I've never loaded it, never looked at it, never done anything on it. So we're safe, JD.
Yeah, we're safe. We're not safe. You can try and protect your dad all you want. They've already got it, though. Just accept that loss and move on. It's like a bad trade. Well, what's happening on the economic calendar front today? We got a lot happening this week.
Yes, we most certainly do. And focusing more on today, the 7:30 of the retail sales for November came out, focusing on the month-over-month numbers. The month-over-month retail sales overall were expected to go from 0.4% to 0.6%. Came out a little bit higher than that at 0.7%. Core month-over-month retail sales was expected to rise from 0.1% to 0.4%. That came out a little bit lower than expected at 0.2%. Little response or reaction in the markets today. Probably the gold, the biggest mover that I've seen so far this morning. We still have some more numbers coming out throughout the day today. At 8:15, we've got industrial production due out, capacity utilization. 9 o'clock, housing market index, business inventories, and at noon, a 20-year bond auction. Don't forget, we have rolled 3 of our products. Well, the equities products, number one, they are now trading the March contract. Crude oil also now trading the February contract. So make sure that if you are not on Topstep X, you are trading those now front months. The volume is greater in those. Tomorrow, of course, today, of course, we do have the FOMC meeting beginning with the announcement tomorrow and the chair presser tomorrow at 1 and 1:30 Central, respectfully. The VIX this morning up about 2.5%, 1509. Dollar index 106.97, and the yield on the 10-year 4.425 last I checked. What we're looking for as far as known economic numbers today, of course, no talking Feds. They're busy in the meeting, and we're going to see how these markets respond. We're still in rollover in the equities, still in rollover in crude oil. Be cautious. Be cautious today.
Very good. Thank you. A quick check on what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mostly lower. Shanghai Composite down 0.73%, the Nikkei down 0.24%, and the Hang Seng down 0.48%. Stocks in Europe, a bit mixed this morning. The FTSE's down 0.64%, the DAX is down 0.07%, and the CAC is up 0.15% going into the U.S. Open. As far as your Mag 7 stocks yesterday, Apple closed. Everything closed up except NVIDIA. Apple up 1.17%. Amazon up 2.4%. Alphabet, Google up 3.6%. Meta up 0.63%. Microsoft up close to 1%. NVIDIA down 1.68%. And Tesla up 6.14%, like we mentioned. And stocks are a little bit higher going into the open. 8:30 Central Time, regular trading hours open is about 18 minutes away. We're going to get to the charts in just a second, but Hogue, our tip of the week is adaptability.
Love this.
Being able to roll with the punches, take what the market gives you, live to fight another day. What's your take on being adaptable as a futures trader, Hogue?
What is trading all about? It's all about change. Markets are going to change. People are going to change. You have to be adaptable. It's kind of goes along with the line, stay humble, grateful, creative. That creative part, I kind of look at that as the adaptability, as being able to accept market information that may be contrary to what you think and to be able to respond to that. And also, being adaptable, market states change. And I find that a lot of folks really kind of have a difficult time adapting to market state changes. It tends to strip people's gears. The more adaptable you are to changes in the marketplace, I think, the better off you're going to be. Great tip of the week this week.
Excellent. All right, Hogue, we're running a little long here. So why do you say we take a look at some charts? What's happening in the world today? Like Hogue mentioned, we did roll over to the March contract. All of your Topstep daily levels and your daily levels indicators on the Topstep X platform have been updated to the March contract in equities and the February contract in crude oil. So worry not about those. Everything's up to date.
Yeah. Awesome. So, looking at the E-mini S&Ps, they're still, very, very range bound. This can be a function of rollover, and it seems to be more of a function and rollover for the S&Ps than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ continues to try and push higher. Open interest, we added 105,000 contracts yesterday. That is a function of rollover. Those are traders legging into the from the December to the March month. Very little we're going to be able to read as far as volume and open interest during this period of time. We do have quadruple witching on Friday. Expiration will be Friday. Then, the vast majority of the volume will be in the March contract, and we'll be able to look at those volume numbers and open interest numbers with a little bit more clarity. Once today's numbers are out, I think that there's probably going to be a lot of traders just kind of looking and digesting what numbers are coming out tomorrow, especially in the S&Ps. We're looking at, housing starts and permits tomorrow, and the FOMC announcement tomorrow. So a lot of focus is going to be on getting their rollover done before the FOMC announcement comes out. And a lot of traders will be focusing on just remaining neutral, balanced, positioned for anything that might happen at the FOMC meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Here's the 30-minute chart. So settlement is 61.54 in the March contract, 61.54. Overnight inventory has been moving lower, looking like we are going to open with a gap to the downside in the S&Ps, not so much in the NASDAQ. So overnight inventory short, opening with a gap puts us into gap rules. I know you mentioned this yesterday, JD, when we open with a gap and we can't close that gap relatively early. Yes, that is a very subjective thing to think about and to try and do. But if we can't close the gap relatively early, the market is probably accepting lower pricing, and we might be looking for opportunities for continuation to the downside. Remember, the market is very balanced. It is not directional, and the S&Ps right now. The profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral day, but it had a bit of almost a trend day move to the upside yesterday. And it was definitely a trend day to the upside in the NASDAQ. So very difficult. Again, we can't tell whether these were new buyers by the open interest. If the open interest is mostly, and it probably is, based off of moves made for rollover. So the market really just kind of looking for an area for where two-sided trade can occur. And to me, the S&Ps are in an area where two-sided trade can occur. be careful. We are opening outside of range, outside of balance, outside of the range from yesterday. Possibly just repairing some of the things that have happened over the last couple of sessions. It's going to be, I think even though we're opening outside of range, maybe a little bit of a hurry up and wait type of situation today to look for the right opportunities. Let's take a look now at the NASDAQ, which is kind of telling a different story. The upside auction, much stronger in the NASDAQ, of course. It's even continuing during the rollover. The NASDAQ is already above the weekly kickoff high, which is 22,282. And we're going to be monitoring for acceptance at that level. If we do find acceptance above that level, there's nothing that says this market can't continue to push to the upside, especially, as with some of the tech stocks that are doing very well. NVIDIA, which was basically the NASDAQ, is coming off a lot here, but it doesn't seem to be affecting price action in the NASDAQ all that much. So be monitoring for acceptance above that level. There may be a little bit more of the story here on the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, I believe the opening range was left at the dead ass low, and it was in the NASDAQ. It was not in the S&Ps. Opening range, the dead low, trend day to the upside all day long. We added 24,000 in open interest, and on a normal day that wasn't part of rollover, I would say we saw some pretty substantial new buyers coming into this market. But because of rollover, of course, things are a little bit different in that regard. We had a trend day to the upside, and the close relatively close to the high. 22,408 was settlement. Overnight inventory. We don't see the overnight inventory that we see in the S&Ps. Maybe there's a little bit of short overnight inventory here, but we are opening in range and in value from a day that was out of balance and seeking value yesterday. Has it found value? Has it found its area for two-sided trade? With the early numbers that came out today, with not a big reaction to those, that leads me to believe more that we're likely to just kind of find a range and kind of bop around inside that range today, waiting for the FOMC meeting tomorrow. That profile, again, opening range, dead low, trend day to the upside, closing very close to the high, a good positive day, a good drive above that weekly kickoff high. And the more time we spend up here, the more likely it is to be accepting prices at higher levels. Doesn't mean it has to race to the upside. And JD's got me a little bit nervous thinking about all of those retail traders that are now in the market. The retail traders tend to be the last to the party. Who knows what's going to happen? We're going to be very adaptable, and we're going to adjust to whatever happens in the coming days and weeks with that information. Let's take a quick look at crude oil. Crude oil, again, rolled over to the February contract. That's the G contract, and it is still very range bound, going from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low now. It is still in rollover. We lost about 5,300 in open interest yesterday. And if that is a move off of the kind of extreme high there, that would indicate long liquidation, which sometimes, when the market gets near a potential breakout level, a whole bunch of traders anticipate the breakout. They end up getting long at very poor trade locations, and they end up running out of those longs in the next session. Is that possible? Yes, it is. But remember, it is in rollover. And there are 10 years of contract months in crude oil. So it's much more difficult to use that information to see any kind of directional activity, particularly during rollover. Unfortunately, yes, it is rollover. A lot of folks, they don't trade very much during rollover. A lot of guys, directional traders in the pit took rollover off. So we'll see how this plays out. However, we're still in balance. Balance to breakout rules apply, although we are relatively centrally located inside the area of balance. What this says to me is the market is in short time frame control. There is not a lot of longer time frame participant or participation going on while we remain this range bound. So we're going to be looking at daily, shorter time frame levels with which to look for our opportunity. Settlement yesterday in the February contract, 70.29. Put that on your charts because we do have short overnight inventory. We have opened with a gap. If we can't close that gap relatively early, again, that says we might be looking for opportunities for continuation to the downside, which would go right along with the longer time frame balance area of going from low to high and then high to low. So watch out for two things. An inventory adjustment that could help us close the gap or even bring us back to settlement. And the inability to close the gap kind of puts us in a kind of a precarious situation, because if we're going to be managing risk, where is the short time level for us to manage risk? The opening range is not the high. It is the low of the regular trading hour session right now. Watch that opening range low. I'm going to give you that number right now, 69.39. It could be a decent reference, at least an opportunity to limit risk in and around that area. But for now, the opening range is the DAL, the dead ass low in crude oil. The profile yesterday in crude oil, I mean, it was an inside, very small range, very balanced trading day. The market is now out of balance. Bigger opportunities, earlier opportunities are likely to come. Opening range still remains the low of the session. Again, that level is 69.39. We'll see if we can't see some sort of inventory adjustment back towards the range from yesterday. Take a deep breath always before you start getting trading. Remain humble, grateful, creative, adaptive, and centered in your trading today. Let's have a good session.
Excellent. Thank you, Hogue. I was just thinking, what's that old joke, that old adage, when the mailman starts offering unsolicited stock advice? Is it time to get out?
Eisen. Yeah.
Eisen. 7.3 billion in inflow. Bank of America retail investors last week. Heaviest since 2008, folks. Dump it. All right. Coming up, we got a couple minutes till we got a few minutes till the regular trading hours open. 5 minutes out. Stick around. Fast markets coming up. We got Jared J, new fan favorite, number 558 on the big board. He's going to be joined by Coach J, MP Andre. You know the rest of the lineup. Jared J and Coach J both coming off a couple of tough days in the markets yesterday. We're going to see what we can do to turn that around, right the ship, and maybe make a little money during fast markets today. Hogue, it's been a pleasure. I'll catch you later in the day. We are going to take a short break, folks. Go get your coffee or whatever you do to wake up in the morning, and we'll be back. Fast markets coming up. We got the bell. T-minus 5 minutes. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Oh, they are fired up in the green room today, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets, everybody. This is Topstep TV. Let's get right into it. We got Coach Jay in the house. We got Jared in the house. MP in the house. Hogzak there executing. We got about a minute, 15 seconds left till the opening bell. We got some things on the board today. But anyways, Coach Jay, welcome to Fast Markets. How's it going?
Going well, Andre. Going well. How are you, man?
Not bad.
I think we should bring that energy that we had from the green room into the markets today, and see if we can pull some money out of it.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it, Coach Jay. We're talking about working with a good coach back there, too. That's what we're talking about. Bears need a good coach.
Michael is
We're not going to get into the old Bears.
Chicago Bears have got Michael really fired up in the green room, looking to get into these markets. Jared, how are we looking today? What are we thinking for the markets? Front month is March in Topstep X, by the way, for the equities. NASDAQ, Dow, and the S&Ps. March is now the new front month. Jared, what are we thinking today?
I am leaning short right now. And the reason being, I'm focused on the ES today, kind of switching it up a little bit, throwing a wrench in everything. So if we want to, I don't care. We can flip to NQ, whatever you guys want to do today. But right now, ES is below the overnight low. And so unless it gets back over that, then I'm short.
Oh, Jay, you said same. Why'd you say same, Jay?
Markets look a little heavy. I posted on X yesterday. Halfway through the month, we got pretty extended from the monthly VWAP in the NASDAQ. So looking at a retracement to it before FOMC does not seem like such a bad idea. Of course, we got to let the markets present that to us in order to take the trade, but I'd be looking to the short side also.
All right, a couple Bears in the house. And then when we heard JD's stat in opening call there about $7 billion in inflows for retail, I mean, maybe the high is in. Anyways, Hogue, what are we thinking here on this open? We are open 35 seconds in now. We are seeing some selling here in the S&P's last trade, 61.24. Roll the month. We get the all-time highs. I don't know if that counts.
Bring a Hogue camera shot in here. We got to ho this.
Wow.
Hoagland.
I think if you want to take an ES long just as and you're okay getting stopped out, then at the 61.22.75 and your stop would be at 61.21.50 or so.
Yeah,
but it's
coming right up ranges to the downside now. S&Ps are below yesterday's range, below value, below overnight now. I agree. I think that the opportunity is probably to the short side here in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ left the opening range at the dead ass high. S&P left the opening range at the dead ass high. That's the first sign of a potential trend day to the downside. We don't know if that's going to happen. I would be very patient trying to sell the NASDAQ. S&P is a lot weaker than the NASDAQ. So if we're going to be looking for shorts, I like the S&P for shorts.
Spoos. Okay.
Hold on, we're on a 9-day losing streak, possibly. Why did I just get that pop up?
What do you mean?
Who, me? More like a 50-day losing streak.
No, not you. The markets.
Oh,
Jared, you got to be careful. End of the year can get you. I used to think about taking off if I met my goals for the year. I used to think about taking off around October or November, but then October always was pretty good. November was pretty good, but then for sure December I'd be like, I'm not pressing anything, and I'd call it off.
So Hogue, I see a rejection there. I would be keeping an eye on things if you want to try to get long.
Patience. Yes, we just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps. Now, high of the opening range in the S&Ps is 61. 27.75, 27 in the orders. NASDAQ has not yet taken that out. Look for, there's a lot of overnight inventory to the short side in the S&Ps. There's a chance that overnight inventory is going to unravel a little bit, bring us a little bit higher to give us better trade locations for shorts.
Hey, John, a nice call in the 2150s. I mean, we would have been stopped out right there, but it was a stop out. It was, you were like talking 200. It was a very, 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 very tight trade. But the whole point of the story is you were looking short, and you're like, if you want a long, because it could be a long, that was a 6-handle pop. Nice call. But it did pop off the 61.22s evens. John, what is a 22 evens? It's on a daily level.
The low is actually 61.25. 61.21 and a half. 61.21 and a half. 1/2.
22's on my daily Topstep daily levels.
Ooh,
I don't have it in front of me as what it's called.
Where can the people find Topstep daily levels, Michael?
Right at the top of your chat.
Yeah, pin at the top of the chat. You will see Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open. Have a little real estate on your screen for those. We'll be referencing them throughout the day. Heck, you can have them overlaid on your screen. Right now, we're still seeing some more selling here in the NASDAQ. S&Ps, you see rejection off those 21 halves.
Dan Edmonds, thank you. Yeah, my pop-up that popped got my attention was for the Dow. Dow falls more than 200 points as the index poised for a 9-day losing streak since the 70s. Breaking news.
Your news reporter voice. I like that news reporter voice. That's very...
NASDAQ is making its way down towards weekly kickoff high that it broke out of yesterday. The weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ is 22,282. We're about 10 points from it right now.
So I'm worked along at 2650 in the ES.
You're in?
Yeah.
Okay. You're number 558 on the board.
Way down at
651.21. Okay, we joined you with a 3-lot in the S&Ps at your price, 61.26 half.
My stop is down there to just protect my butt at 61.21. If it goes below 61.25, I might kill it.
Okay.
Right, we are in.
Now you've changed a little bit. You were thinking short right off the open. Now you're long.
Yep. Johnny, we'll go ahead.
So there is a high volume level of 0 DTE at the 61.25. And since it traded through that and then traded back up over that, then that kind of invalidated that the shorts are in control.
Okay.
House count long from 61.26 half, correct, Hogue? 26 half?
Yes, long at 3-lot.
Awesome. Welcome back, Hogue. We missed you.
Hey, it's good to be back. Yes. I was going to say that. Somebody in the chat said he's being adaptable. And yes, he is being adaptable. I like that.
We're just clarifying.
Things change, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Another reason for that, too, was the Monday low. There was a slight gap there in the open on that Sunday night, the Sunday night open there. And so it just traded into that gap and then traded back out of it.
Got it. Jay, how do you feel about this?
I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now, and if we're looking at the correlation between the two, it looks a little heavy. So I like where your stop is. I like where your trade is. If we make a new low, then I think it's wrong. But the NASDAQ does look a little heavy right now. I'm seeing downside targets in the NASDAQ to 22,250. Just need to see that.
Has left the opening range at the dead ass high. The S&Ps took it out, but is now heading back the other direction.
We are, with the anchored VWAP from the New York session, we are still in the middle of the opening range. So it may present some opportunities to buy the S&Ps at the low of that 3-minute opening range, 61.20. But I think we'd be stopped out before that on this house account trade. For me, I'm going to stay patient. I don't have a buy or sell signal yet. So I'm going to chill out for now.
Understood.
All right. I'm getting ready to kill it. Hold. Yeah.
Let me know when you do. Kill it?
Yep.
Flatten.
Flattened.
Flattened down 384.
And the reason being is it's trading back below that level at 61.25, and now that's kind of acting like resistance. So I think I'm going to sit and kind of be patient for a little bit, unless someone else has a great idea.
Good job. Not getting married to a position. Again, front month.
NASDAQ at weekly kickoff high right now. 282.
282. Hey, upper left-hand corner of the screen. You know what I'm going to say now, but if you're new
Below
around
that
here,
3-minute opening bar that Jay looks at. Below VWAPs.
the low today was pretty good.
Yep. Just looking for that. We just had a nice burst of selling in the NASDAQ at 286, 285 area. Looking for that VWAP to kind of continue to leave that opening range. Hogue, we've seen this a couple of times where price starts to leave and VWAP doesn't, and we bounce all the way back up to the high of that range. Yep, gonna stay patient. I do like the shorts, but trade location matters, especially with some of the pops that we've seen. Right we get 10-point pops, 15-point pops in the NASDAQ. I don't want to be a part of that. So I want to wait, going to be patient, but I think we will get some trades later on.
Coach Jay, you really believe that, though? That trade location matters?
100%.
Wow. It's like paramount, guys. It's paramount.
Good word.
All about trade location.
I mean, if we were trading micros, maybe not as much, but
but then does that encourage bad practice?
Exactly.
It does,
exactly.
And it's more expensive. So what you think is good may not be good when you look under the hood.
So this one right here, this is probably a day that messes with my head, because it seems like we're trying to build a little bit of support down here. But I have a rule that says I can't go long unless we get back above the overnight low. So in my mind, I keep seeing this potential building of a base, and I want to get in because I'm afraid it's going to run back up without me. So it's just killing me because I want to get long here. But the rule says I can't because we're below the overnight low. So I don't know.
What price do you have for overnight low, Jared?
On the ES, 61.30.50.
Oh.
Which I stopped the overnight.
Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You put it out in chat. Yeah, weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ is 22,082, not 22,282. My mistake on that. Although that did just put in the low.
82.
So let's repeat really quick. We were talking about in the green room with the Bank of America.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's really quickly. I don't know if we have JD or if you guys remember
JD's
exactly
there.
what it was. B of A.
Yeah,
said that they're what?
Yeah, Bank of America says in the last week, retail stock or equity buyers added over $9 billion in new assets to the long side in U.S. equities.
A lot of money, Michael.
A lot of money.
That's a lot of inflows.
Yeah.
When the taxi driver's telling you, there's the article. Thank you, JD. Also, NVIDIA's getting pummeled right now. NVIDIA's getting crushed right now.
Throwing money at them.
What else are they going to do with it?
Yeah, what else are they going to do with it? Yeah.
That's the thing.
I don't know.
You see going up, up, and up. Anyways, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at Topstep TV. Says your cool trader wins, memes, swag, battle station says. We haven't seen battle station set up in a while. Anyone got some cool screens, cool lighting, cool keyboard setups? Send those in. We haven't seen a cool trader station set up in a minute. So let's see those. We can get some of those turned around to us later this afternoon in Power Hour. Again, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep
How's that
TV.
for you? Is that cool enough, Dre?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking. Look at that lighting, the disco. I like when they.
I mean, they call they say don't fly close to the sun. I guess I'm cruising right there.
You're glowing over there, man. You are glowing.
Yeah, you're going to get a tan.
We've got a couple 300 lots at the 61.25.50 level.
Yep.
27.50. Sorry.
Might be the spread bros. It is.
Spread bros. Is that level?
All right.
It just moved down to 27.
Just rearranging some furniture over there.
27.5.
So what you do when the markets aren't moving that much?
It is.
Very
People
light
get mad
volume.
at us. People get mad at us when we're
Some
like,
home
you know,
improvement.
yeah, home improvement. Exactly. People get frustrated. Oh, I talk markets. Well, the markets aren't really doing anything right now. Of course, we always have one eye on the markets. Always. But
Yep.
this also helps keep you out of trouble. Not just clicking
Oh,
buttons.
100% it does.
Keeps you out of
100%.
trouble.
Yeah, if you're sitting there staring at something all the time,
What does Hogue
A,
say?
you'll turn it into mush brain, and B, you'll start talking to you.
Come get
Hey,
it.
how you doing? Why don't you
Over
trade
here.
this? Why don't you trade that?
Yeah.
Why don't you trade this one too?
Great price. Donnie Mack is asking, is Jared trading the Deese contract? Jared, you're trading March, correct? Front month March? You have to be. If you're on Topstep X, March. Now the front month.
Who's running news today for us? Is Eddie running news?
Why? Nah, why? What do you got? You got something you want to get in there?
No.
We do have a number. We got a number at 9:00. Well, thank you for reminding me. We got a number
Yes.
at top of the hour.
Couple of 'em.
NAHB housing market index, as well as what else did I see in there? Business inventories? Yes, business inventories at top of the hour.
You know how in football, when the passing game isn't really working, and you just kind of do the running game, and it's a little 5 yards, 3 yards, and at least you're able to play, but you're not winning the game usually with that. I wonder in trading, is there a rushing game, when the passing game isn't working, like right now?
Ooh.
What's the running
Yeah.
game?
Yeah, singles. It's singles.
Uh-huh.
Take 3 yards, take 4 or 5 yards over and over again. They stack up. They they turn into touchdowns.
They do. You're moving the ball down the field.
Wow.
We have a pump.
So do we get short here pretty close? We're coming up to kind of a gap fill on the not a gap fill, inbound
Q's
fill.
crazy.
So at the 61.31, 61.32, do we get short?
That's overnight session VWAP right there.
I'm doing it. Sticking with my short bias.
All right.
Okay, are you short now?
Yep. Horrible fill, but okay.
Where you at?
Jay, what do you,
61.30. That was a little try.
All right, we're
I
short
think
30
you could.
half with you.
Okay. Had my stop, 61.32.75 or more?
Ton of big buying just
61.35?
came into the NASDAQ.
What was
Yeah,
that
it did.
day?
No, a ton of big
Where's
buying
your
just came
stop,
into the
Jared?
NASDAQ.
32 hook.
All right.
Yeah, it's a cheap
Just
trade.
2 points.
Tight.
How about 35? 35 and a quarter on the stop.
35. MP 35.
5 and a quarter. That gives us some good space above that VWAP, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. What do you got for
I like
VWAP,
it.
Hogue?
We got lower highs, we got lower lows, we got VWAP sitting here at 61.32. That's overnight session VWAP.
I reserve the discretionary right to cancel it before it gets to my stop.
Of course.
you reserve all rights. Product of free will, Jared.
There it
You
is.
can do whatever
There.
you want.
Again, we got a number at the top of the hour. Not a big number, but if the number does come in out of whack, might see a little bit of some movement, some wiggle, as Dobie likes to call it.
Some wiggle, yes.
Nothing showing on the tilt. We got Coach Jay in the house, Starve at the buzzer. Make sure to check him out after Power Hour. Good numbers you're putting up over there, Jay. Really good stuff.
Yeah,
Coach.
yeah, we got a pretty good audience over there, asking a ton of great questions. And working with Coach Paul, his years of experience, it's always a pretty good conversation over there.
You guys are good
Yeah.
together. You guys are good.
Yeah, you are. I had it playing yesterday during our during our little holiday party.
Yep.
Mm.
We had a
Oh, how
holiday
was
party
that, by the way?
yesterday.
It's a virtual holiday party.
They're different.
Virtual
They're
holiday
different,
party. Got
I'll
you.
give credit. I'll give credit to the people behind the scenes. They still find a way to make it kind of fun and engaging. Believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Go to breakout rooms, do a little trivia. Raise credit Christmas. Can we
Well,
got
best to have holiday parties virtual anyway, because they all turn into some HR nightmare by the end of it. Everybody getting loose at the end of the year.
I'm got in the sauce a little too much.
What are you guys doing in there?
Yes. If we can get permission, we should play that Christmas Carol that they wrote yesterday, Michael. That was really, really good.
That was pretty good.
Very, very, very impressive. All right, last trade in the S&P, 61.31. 61.31. We got VWAP is 61.31.5, if you will. NASDAQ, 22,340 last trade. Again, these are the March contracts now. We are in rollover, but Topstep X does bring the front month to wherever the volume is. So the volume is now in the March contract in the equities. So that's what we're seeing here in NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Again, we got a number in 12 minutes. Jared, what price are you looking for confirmation or when to cut baits? Like you said, what prices are you looking at?
Yeah, so I have that swing low that happened at 2:30 in the morning, 2 a.m., 2:30, right in there at 61.3250. So I'm keeping a hairy eye on that, because if it just blows through that, then that feels like probably my short's not going to work. Also on Bookmap, I'm keeping an eye there just because it's been building some momentum. The price has, and kind of built up to that 61.3150, a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of pullback. And is that building momentum for higher? Or we're getting into a low volume node, a micro low volume node right there at 61.3250. So maybe that'll act as resistance. This is definitely, I would consider, more advanced little price action watching right now. It's nuanced, I would say.
Rollover.
Yeah.
Yikes. P's favorite week. Hoag's favorite week of the trading. The 4 rollover weeks. Oh, boy.
We should
MP would
invoke
bounce.
the Jerome.
We had Jerome on yesterday.
Invoke the Jerome.
So,
you think it's...
So while we're keeping an eye on that, thanks for explaining that. Nick Dolby read my mind. Who has the best HR nightmare story? We have entertainment flowing through the chat. Go ahead and flow it through there.
Oh, do you? Oh, Jay's got a good one. What do you got, Jay?
Go ahead.
This was years ago.
Jared, if you cut bait, let me know. Go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
There was this company I used to work for, Fortune 500 company. They used to do this retreat at the end of every year where they invited all of their VPs and SVPs at the end of the year. This was the beginning of my IT career, so I would go down there and do all of the tech for the meeting. So you have all these people. It was in Orlando, and people are drinking on the company and things like that. You're in Orlando for a week, and sometimes people want extra entertainment, so they make a few phone calls. Police get involved if there's no payment and things like that involved. Very interesting story. So I'll leave it at that. But it was pretty crazy.
That's a pretty good one. Can anyone do better than that?
What room was that in?
I don't know. I know some people got sent home, and we had people traveling in from all over the world, right? People coming in from India. This one gentleman was sent back home without a job. It was pretty interesting.
Well, I don't think we can do much better than that, folks. That's pretty much opposite right there.
Yeah.
All day BD calls that a Diddy party.
oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Oh boy.
If you could top that one,
going for a whole week. That's a long time.
They used to do it in Vegas, and they moved it to Orlando because Disney World's supposed to be more family friendly, but you can get in trouble wherever you are in the world.
Yeah, talk about.
Yep.
Let's get done with Disney World.
Happiest place.
Disney World took me. It's like a trade that keeps their hand in your account, yanking as much as they can out of it. Topstep has a Vegas offsite every year, which is badass. We're staying at the Fountain Blue this year.
Wow.
I know the CEO guy, golf with him here. Cool cat, and gave us a deal. So that's cool. And then we have an offsite that we go to at a lake, and we do those twice a year. Fly in 100 and some odd people, We all have a good time. I usually just walk in there and hand the bar my credit card and go, have a good time, guys. And then later on, about 2 a.m, I see the transaction hit my account on a notification. I find out if they had a good time or not.
Yep, see the damages. Hey, we got micro Bitcoin making new all-time highs. Where's the air horn? Yesterday in the NASDAQ, we saw new all-time highs. Where's the air horn? S&P's just lagging. S&P's lagging. S&P's been stuck a little bit.
Bring up my screen for a second here.
It was ES not moving on you, but you got the NASDAQ moving on your short.
Good question. That is the ultimate question.
So right now, it looks like we might have had price exhaustion here at 61.33. So keeping an eye on that. Hopefully, we had some stops there, and a couple icebergs went off.
Thank you, Flores.
So hope, and then we also had a low volume node right there in the session profile. You can see it right here. So we're sitting right on this micro high volume node at 61.3150. Hopefully we can get under that.
Like MP said, NASDAQ is selling off. Get on push, hit that Jerome button. The NASDAQ selling off. S&P's just stuck. This has been the theme of the last week and a half or so.
We got news in 5 minutes roughly, right? Mini news.
Mini news, yep. Ooh, Broadcom.
I'll be quick with one. I don't think it'll top Jay's story, but one quick holiday story. So me and several buddies, we had been out skiing, snowboarding, and this is in Salt Lake City. And so we came in for a conference, and our trunk was full of leftover drinks and such. And so we were hanging in the parking garage because we didn't want to cause trouble in the lobby of the hotel or inside the hotel. Well, apparently we'd been too loud in the parking garage. And so security comes out and tells us we got to go back to our room, which Hogue, you still got your stop at 35.25, right?
Yes.
Okay. It'll probably take us out. You're too loud in a parking garage. You need to go to your room. And we're kind of talking
complaints in the parking garage.
Yeah, that's how bad it was. I look over and I see this wet line of water running down the parking garage between his feet. I'm like, what is going on? And I realized one of the girls that was with us, she was behind a car peeing, and it was running down between his legs in the parking garage. And he never noticed it.
Oh my gosh. Topstep TV, everybody. We swap holidays.
Hey, Dre, Hogue, should we tell him some old early days holidays? No.
Topstep.
Before there was HR. Before
no
Legend
HR.
of the Flying Glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
bad time to be a window.
It was before we had an HR department.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good days.
We're all just figuring things out.
Say that. Hey, I was seeing Nvidia's trading beneath $130 a share. Last trade, $128 a share. I'm now around 127. What happened to Nvidia? That was the darling of the NASDAQ.
I'm like killing this trade.
Number 4 minutes.
We got news and everything.
Deanna had a good HR story in there. That's if you guys scroll up.
I'm killing it.
Out.
You are.
I'm out. Yep.
I mean, when you put that on the NASDAQ was trading 60s or 70s, sold off down to 20s, 16, whatever. S&P didn't move a lick.
NASDAQ's got the VWAP pinch going here.
Yep. Hey, Jerry, can we get a P&L?
I'm looking at Hogue.
Jerry, can we get a P&L update when you get a chance?
Negative $19.
Negative $19. Negative $19.
What are you trading? You trading micros?
No. I was up $700, I think, and then that last ES trade hurt me.
Gotcha.
Kind of like how casually
he's so
flow with the markets. You flow with the markets. You let thoughts come off your head, but at the same time, you ask questions and you know what's going on in your head. It's good. It's good.
Narrate
the house is still short.
Yeah.
We're so close to the stop. I left it on.
Okay. Number in 2.5 minutes.
Fred, yes, we do have a Toby in our HR department, and the Toby in our HR department actually on his profile picture is Toby from The Office on his profile picture. So he likes to even play tongue in cheek with us.
Do you think Toby in The Office was the Scranton Strangler?
All day long. Yeah. I think in the end, the Scranton Strangler was Toby. That's a great one.
Michael.
For an Office guy. Yeah.
And P has seen every single episode, knows every
Order filled. Order filled. dealership where he was recognized by one of the guys there.
How about it?
Nice.
Who's the guy?
I was out looking at the car, and Donna was like filling out the paperwork, and she said Topstep, and then he looked at my name, and he says, looks at Donna like all surprised, and he's like, "Is that Hogue?" And Donna was like, "Yes, it is." So he was very excited when I came back in, and he's a fan of Topstep TV, fan of all of you, and he's a really good guy. He was a really nice guy. So
you're out there doing your weekly. Hogue? Yeah, I was just gonna say you're out there doing your weekly Instagram shots at the dealership, right?
That's great.
That's all I got for you today, Andre. Back to you for now.
Thank you, James. Look at that. Look at the Ferrari. All right, let's get back to these markets. Last trade, NASDAQ buyers did step in around that around the 50s there. 22 now. We're up above the 300s. 22,304. S&P's lagging.
I can see this pushing back up to 350.
350.
Above this 305, I can see this pushing back up to 350. Let's see. Remember, my initial stop on that trade was 350, so I would have gotten stopped out. But we see the hesitation up there because there is some selling in that area. But if they don't continue to hold price lower, a pop above 305, I think we could push back up to 350 pretty easily. And then it's just about finding a way to get in.
And Michael, I did not get the undercoating.
I know. But as a country kid from Nebraska, we know a good sales tactic at a used car dealership. That's get them to buy the undercoating.
What does that mean? The city
It's
kid
just
doesn't know
stupid shit that you add on at the very end. Oh yeah, you like the car? Oh well, you got this, and this. You really need this. You really need it for an extra $400. I can put undercoating on it right now. And it's just markup shit at the very end when you're signing contracts.
I always thought the power
Dove Auto. We had a small town auto. We had one light in our town.
Yeah, it was actually kind of in Fargo. The movie.
Is that
Fargo.
what it is? Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to sell him the undercoating, and he's like, "I don't want the undercoating."
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Bitcoin did find some buyers. What's up, Michael? Just
PEI. It's not. It's salt areas. Salt areas. I see. It's kind of the joke of like all the things that they add on at the very end.
Hey, Ryan Carlson wants to know are you from Gretna?
I'm from G-Town. And Ryan, you probably know if I said it like that I am from G-Town.
You said that car dealership. I think that's what. That's what tipped him off there.
Oh yeah.
Last trade in the ES 6123. 50-50 on the tilt. We haven't seen much heavy tilts this week. Maybe it's because of roll. I'm split between two different months, going from days to March, at least in the equities, that is. Look at the micro Bitcoin. We popped about $300. Still a little heavy there. Right now, Jay's keeping an eye on the NASDAQ. What's G-Town, Lawrence wants to know?
Now we're back in the pinch, Jay.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. That push into 295 just now, right under 300. We don't see sellers below 300. They become buyers eventually. I think this is probably the move up to that, high of the initial balance. We're seeing the S&Ps kind of do the same.
Yeah.
Hey, Dre, you ever buy the premium blinker fluid?
I always thought the power, you just get the floor mats thrown in. That was always the power move.
Oh, yeah. I got to throw this in. Right when he says that, you're like, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got a deal. Yeah. I got him.
Yeah.
I did get the extra heavy muffler bearings.
There you go.
Coog 422. No Sap Brothers. Yes, I know Sap Brothers. We used to mess with the truckers up there on our CBs. Breaker 19, and we'd start talking trash to them as country kids because Sap Brothers was right there. Sap Brothers' big truck stop. They did not like that.
I can imagine.
What else is there to do?
Punk ass kids getting cussed out by punk ass kids on the CB radio. Hey, more buying coming in here. NASDAQ tracking for VWAP. We're about 10 points from VWAP. Last trade 22,313. I got VWAP at 322, call it. S&P's lagging. S&P's just stuck in the mud, but let's call getting out of those shorts there, Jay. Thought we had the tiger by the tail for a second.
Well, with no excursion outside the initial balance, it's setting up like a normal day, and that's relatively rare. Where a normal day, there's no push outside of the initial balance on either side. Very small range in the S&Ps today, 17 and 3/4 handles. Range in the NASDAQ is 122 handles. Very narrow ranges, very just kind of two-sided balance. And it's kind of what we were looking for, wasn't it, Jay?
Yep. Yeah, 100%. The high of the initial balance is 366. We got a question in the chat. I don't understand why that's not a rejection off the VWAP. Explain. The way I look at VWAP is if it's fairly flat, right? Where if it's not a 45-degree angle or anything like that, I don't want any of my trades to be around VWAP because that's, equilibrium for the markets. Now you can take the trades there, but from my experience, if VWAP is a flat line and I'm trading around it, I'm usually getting chopped up. So if you look at the S&Ps, the regular trading hours session VWAP is acting somewhat as a resistance, but it's also in the middle of the range, right? So it feels 50-50 here for me to take a trade. You can take it. It's just, in my experience, lower probability.
Do you find that VWAP does allow you to limit risk if you do decide to take it?
Yeah, it does. It does, right? We saw it in the NASDAQ also, right? When it was at 316. 316 in the NASDAQ. Was that the right price?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right here. So when we rejected right at it, you can take it. It's just a lower probability. So I wouldn't put too much risk behind it. Let's say you had a max allocation for your trades of 5 contracts. I'd probably put 1 on a trade like that just because of the lower probability.
Craig Taylor with a hot take about VWAP in the chat.
All roads.
As an indicator.
Indicator. All right, we got you. Fine. Okay.
What?
Just think about what the indicator means. I know not everyone's going to use it. I don't want to try to convince anyone to use it. But to me, it's just aggregating a bunch of market information at the same time, right? I pay attention to volume and I pay attention to price, and that's giving me an average of both, where I don't have to look at a volume indicator and delta and all these things differently. I get to look at one line. But it's about how you interpret market information. If volume doesn't mean a lot to you, then yeah, it's just another line.
It is. All right. Chat's fired up today. Chat was very spicy in Power Hour yesterday. It's good to see that they bring in the same passion and energy back here on Topstep TV. We got Coach Jay in the house. We got Hogan in the house. MP as well. Right now, we got those hot streaks. I'm dying to know. We still have that head-to-head race. They're both tied, 59 days? Did they make it to 60, JD? Give us an update on
should we
this.
JD, when we do this, we got to ask the chat, should we do cold streaks? The longest cold streak.
I actually have that data.
Do we? Do we have it?
Pull it up real quick. I don't have an overlay for it, but
again, I don't know how this helps anybody unless it's just misery loves company. But
it's totally misery loves company.
We're glass half full type of. You got to stay on the pot. That's why you go. The Twitter thing is becoming so negative out there that I wouldn't even sign up for Twitter if I were you, and I wouldn't follow me or anybody like that.
How many followers do you have?
Don't even go there, and just stay focused on a positive channel in your life. Topstep TV would be that.
Absolutely,
that's kind of the goal. But you got to have glass half full. So
we have Jacob B on a 27-day losing streak.
Oh boy, we just outed him.
Hit the daily loss limit 27 days in a row.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Trader. That's an XFA trader. Our live funded losing streak is Sean B at 22 days. Also, Club DLL 22 consecutive days in the live account.
27 and 22. So we have more winners.
Dolby.
That's the most amount of losers in a row.
Yeah, those are active losing streaks.
Winning folks are beating that. That's great to hear.
100%.
Are you happy?
Let's take a look at these. Look at these win streaks. On the brighter side of things, we got a few new names today.
Oh, one
For
dropped
good
off.
reason too. So yeah, we lost Steven. Steven was head to head with Ali, tied at 59 days yesterday. Did not trade yesterday. Hot streak is still intact, but since he didn't trade, he's left off the list today. He did take $1,000 payout yesterday though, so I went and checked out his trade report because I was curious what happened to him. Also, took $1,000 payout and took the day off. Maybe he's taking the rest of the year off. But happy holidays to you, Steven. There was another trader. Pin was on the list yesterday. Also did not trade, so left off today. That streak is still active at 45 days also. And then there was Francisco. We talked about Francisco yesterday. Called up to the live funded account. Big shout out to Francisco. We'll be checking in on his progress once he gets that live account up and running. So that leaves room for a couple new additions. First, we have Ali up there hanging out in first, still at 60 days, worth $5,267. Made about $5 yesterday. Nathan now at 36 days, worth $3,384. And here are our new guys. Say hello to Adelaide, Amol, and Jacqueline. Adelaide and Amol, I just took a look at both of these trade reports. Couple of studs right here. These guys are making all the right moves. We've got Adelaide taking close to $6,000 in payouts since the beginning of November. Amol taking just over $11,000 in payouts since the beginning of November. Adelaide on a 33-day hot streak worth $10,776, and Amol also 33 days worth $13,785. Then we have Jacqueline now on a 32-day heater worth $7,052. Jacqueline has also taken just over $5,000 in payouts in the last month. A couple of these guys, I'm definitely going to be passing some names on to the risk team and get the vetting process started. I think a couple of these traders should be in a live account. So doing very, very well. There are your funded trader hot streaks.
Thanks, JD. Question to the chat. Not saying we're going to do this, but I like to get feedback. Should we share cold streaks? Just like this. And then how does that help you?
Well, we just did 27 days. I mean, yeah, Christopher not.
I mean, there's going to be, yeah. But here's my thing right away. Right away, my head goes to, well, some of these, somebody could just be trying to have, just hear me out. Somebody could be trying to have fun and just put themselves on the losing streak. So we talk about them all the time. Not a Dilesh style, because Dilesh is winning. That's right. And I'm like, oh, we have, Johnny out of Des Moines, Iowa, that's on a 95-day losing streak. I don't know.
Got to pull up in the chat. Should we start sharing cold streaks?
What if we never shared anything positive at all? We just shared you guys all the shit that's in the industry.
Oh my god!
Because guys, remember the industry is tough. Majority of people in a personal brokerage account right now are failing. The majority of people in the retail world of personal brokerage account are failing. Their accounts are less than they started with. That is real. Our goal is to get ourselves that successful percentage, the smaller one, the 5% of people that are succeeding.
Nice rejection off of you up there in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
that's right. 22,303. VWAP 322. But 20 points, like Jay was saying.
It's the pinch, Jay.
It is.
What do you mean by the pinch?
I think we could.
What do you guys mean by the pinch?
Jay, tell him.
All right. So you have my charts up here. I'm going to change the colors of these lines. So the green line you see on my chart here is the VWAP from the overnight session, right? So full day VWAP. And then the red line is from the New York trading hours. So 8:30 Central Time. We're kind of pinching in between the two right now, right? We accepted back above the red line. And if we see the market start to range in between these two in this 20-point range, I asked Brian Shannon actually when he was on here the last time what this usually means. And he says sometimes the markets are telling you not to take a trade. So he's not going to trade in that pinch, but the move outside of it is usually a pretty strong move. So kind of waiting for the market to decide which direction it's going to go and then trying to go with it. But right now we can see a lot of hesitation around the two, and the range is starting to contract a little bit.
Good stuff.
Thanks, Jay.
No problem, Hogue.
Nothing on the tilt right now. As far as news, we are smooth sailing until high noon central. We could do that 20-year auction. Nothing else. Again, we got FOMC tomorrow, everyone. FOMC decision, last Fed decision of the year. We will have wall-to-wall coverage here on Topstep TV starting at, come join us around 12:55 Central. We'll get the decision around 1 o'clock on the prepared statement. Then we'll have Jerome Powell press conference, obviously the prepared statement there, and then the Q&A after. Again, we got the FOMC decision tomorrow. We'll have full coverage. We'll pipe in the press conference as well here on Topstep TV. Wow, poll is back, Michael. 700 votes, 50-50. Should we start sharing cold streaks?
So we're not.
50.
Doesn't help.
What do we do now?
Look, do you like being around negativity? I don't.
No.
We all know that this business is already hard enough.
Off of it.
Yes,
People do.
but as a group, I want to be around a group that's thinking half full. I cut off my friends from the past that are all negative Nancy's. Sorry about that, Nancy, if you're out there. But negative Nancy. The point of the story is, like, you got to be around half glass full type of folks, or you're never really feeling confident enough that you're going forward in your life, in my opinion. Keep it positive, guys. Yep, Joe Johnson hears us.
Boy, markets are slow right now. Again, we got FOMC tomorrow. Yesterday was a huge day. Just buy every dip, man. Big numbers. We saw that with the live P&Ls. Just buy the dip. SevCav in the chat wants to say, Coach Jay, what's the name of that VWAP indicator you're using?
It's in the drawing tools. If you have the drawing panel up, 5 down, you have forecasting and measurement tools. Just click on that arrow, and anchored VWAP is about halfway down that menu. This still looks heavy. Yeah, this is short of off of VWAP was the right idea.
Yeah,
and the reason I'm saying that, I'm looking at the move up, right? So I'm looking at another platform on the side and just looking at some of the delta in these 3-minute candles that we have to the upside. These last couple of 3-minute candles, there has been no real aggressive buying. It kind of prices. Oh, there we go.
Wow.
As soon as you say something,
Wow.
Nice little pop there.
Holy cow.
Somebody came in with a big order.
Would have had to have been, right?
Market loves to make a liar out of us, doesn't it?
Look at that turnaround.
In real time, Hogue.
What is this?
Damn. Look at this thing go. All right, guys, we just bought them at 22,280. We're up about 40 points in the last 30 seconds. S&P shot out of a cannon as well. Here we go. I am looking for some possible news. Man, oh, man.
I'm looking for news. I don't see anything.
Nothing. Tilt didn't swing at all. Man. That was a
Yikes.
that was a doozy right there. All right, buyers in the S&P. S&P's just popped about 10 points there as well, 61.32, but we're rushing the NASDAQ. NASDAQ up about 50 points in the last 60 seconds, maybe. Imagine if your long got stopped out there and then just see a pop.
Gee. Now, why didn't we see that coming?
Yeah, I know, right? Where was the indicator for that? All right, 22,323, right around VWAP right now. Market just popped. Nothing on tilt. Nothing on tilt yet. Maybe we'll see some more tilt heavy one way or another. Next week. Roll week, yep.
And FOMC tomorrow?
FOMC tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Time. Also, you see Jerome D. Jerome D got the blue. He got the wrench next to his name. Look at Jerome. I'm an admin in the chat. Congratulations, Jerome. Make sure you check out Jerome's psych class, if you will, Friday afternoon, 1 p.m. He is a doctor. And he cures Alzheimer's. He is a neuroscientist, everybody. Pretty cool that we got him here on Topstep. Number 26 on the big board as well. Mm-hmm. What can't Jerome do?
I think we figured it out. Jim said, sorry, guys, I marketed in by mistake. I think we found the buyer. It was Jim's in the chat. So trying to Yeah, trying to determine if we can trade this. Looking for maybe 315s for a buy. That VWAP did just hold as a support at 320s, but 315s. We were talking about a push to potentially 350s and a way to get in it.
All right, Hogue, the top of the hour came and went. That's 10 a.m. Central for us. Any information we can gather based on what we're seeing in the market here?
Well, I mean, we're still in the initial balance. S&P's just took out the high of the initial balance. We've got NASDAQ taking out the high of value, which is 339 for this day session value. It seems like there has been a change. Some sort of news has come into the marketplace that has certainly changed things, especially with the S&P taking out the high of the initial balance. They're going to be seeing continuation above that high of that initial balance. We're going to want to see it hold above that initial balance, which the IB high is 6134.75. We've got about 20 minutes here before we're actually going to be able to confirm any longs here. This would be preemptive, or it could be preemptive for a short too, for a potential failed upside auction. But with this move, it seems as though there's more to it. There was something that changed, and it changed the market. Yeah. So let's try and be a little bit patient. We're still inside the IB and the NASDAQ. The IB low in the NASDAQ was a nice little opportunity for a long. IB high is right up here. IB high, to be exact, is probably 367. 367? 368?
Okay. Man, oh man. Something definitely changed. Volume definitely backed that up. Like Michael said, a big order definitely came through. You can see the spike in the volume. Obviously, Jay's always watching volume very, very closely.
There was a couple of them that went off. It was like 3 in the last 4 minutes. And a lot of times what happens is if you recognize where those orders come in, you can get a pullback to them real quick and just get in with the momentum. Made it tough, though, to just kind of jump in.
NASDAQ,
especially if it's like seasoning news, let us know. Not seeing anything right now.
$22,344 last trade. 61.35 last trade in the ES.
Connor O'Malley. Crazy to think that being up 750 on a day is kind of a crappy day for me. Never would have imagined that'd be the case even just a few months ago. So grateful for the opportunity Topstep provides. That is awesome to hear. I think I'd like to throw in solicited feedback. I would say it's not a crappy day. I would say it's a solid day. I would just say it's a solid day.
Any plus day is a good day.
100%.
Thank you, Johnny.
Roby said a long time ago, there's someone out there that's down $2,500, 3 G's. They'll love to be up $750 today. Down $5,000. They'll love to be up $750 today. Keep that in perspective.
Homeboy with losing streak, 27 days. Would love to have that.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's trade 22,340. Last trade in the NASDAQ. Well, we got shut out. We are still staying up here, so there's some still volume supporting this price level up here. Nothing on.
I think there's room up to 315 to 415 in this.
415.
I think we could.
415.
Second day learning futures after work. Friends pushed me. Company. How's it going? How is learning futures going? Futures is the best asset class in the world to trade. I don't care who you are, what you are. I'm gonna die on that hill. Forget FX. Sorry, FX folks. Forget options. Very complex.
I'm long one. 342 with a stop at 320.
Nice fill.
Target is 400.
350s trade, 351s.
Yes. Jay's getting these. How many times, Jay?
Just one.
Thank you. Long one NASDAQ from 342. Long one NASDAQ from 342. CYA at 320.
We're not in this in the house account just yet.
You may get a pullback, Hogue. Let's see.
Might get it.
This for this trade, I'm 10 points in the profit already, but I need to see some buyers stepping above this 350 here. Here they go.
Gonna take out the IB high.
Entry.
Yeah, man.
12 handles. 12 handles in the money. 12 handles in the money.
What the hell? How did you even find that entry?
Just looking at some of the volume stuff that happened, we pulled back to where a pretty big buyer stepped in. So just going with the idea that they're going to defend that position if they were buying to open a position. We don't really know what the market intentions behind market participants are, but if you're buying, you think something's going up, right? Whether you're buying to close or open.
Good shot.
Good point. Great point. Michael's throwing out a piece of scratch paper there.
My notes.
Not seeing that momentum 50 that I would want. This is kind of like a has to get going now trade. If I was in multiple, I would definitely be pulling one off right here, just because we're not seeing that follow through.
It's an I want it now trade.
Pretty much.
2003-4-8 last trade. All right. We got JD waiting in the wings. MP's got to get out of here. He's got some work to do. Yeah, you do. Hey,
very busy, Savon goes, I came here from FX. Futures is where it's at. Futures is where it's at.
Yes.
I started in equities. I went to options. And then I'm like, whoa, what's this S&P index? What's this NASDAQ index? Oh, what's crude oil? Okay. Get short easily. No shortable shares. I like that. Okay. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I got to go finish end of the year
Pete,
stuff.
thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. See you again tomorrow for a little bit. Yes, thanks for checking in. Go get some work done.
I appreciate you all. I did my appreciation. Premium blinker fluid. All right, guys, we'll see you.
Later, Michael. All right, bring in JD in a second here. Gotta go now. Hey, while we're at it, it's pretty cool. We got the CEO, founder of the industry, if you will, joining us. Give us 2 hours of his time here on Topstep TV. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, click follow, go do all that good stuff, man. Where else are you going to get that ding dong? Who's here?
Oh, hey, it's me. What's up, guys?
What's up, JD?
Hey, what's up, JD?
It's you, JD, on Fast Markets. That's right.
Just going to hang out for a bit till Jared gets back.
Oh, yeah, Jared. What happened? Jared.
I'm flat on that trade. Didn't see the momentum that we needed to continue there. I do still think that there's more room up, but this feels like one I would have gotten stopped out on. So initially had a trade that was 15 points in the profit. Exactly.
Yep. Pulling him back a little bit right now. Interesting price action. Very choppy. If you're up money, man, just hang on to those profits today.
See money, take money kind of day?
I would, yeah. I was just going to say that's what Jay said, and JD, I think that's what it looks like.
Yeah, real choppy, real unpredictable.
What happened to the reverse order widget? It's out there. Don't recommend you use it, though. You got to activate the button. Settings.
On that trade.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If I was, I took a one lot, and maybe I'm trading on this combine, so I'm going to trade multiples so I can do what I'm saying I would do. Right. I said if I was in multiples, I would be taking one off above that 350, similar to what we did on that short trade. Right. The market presented something to me pretty quickly. When you're in a one lot, you have to make a decision about that one lot position. But if you're trading multiple micros, you can scale in and out. It definitely scaled out above that 350 and then still held this trade. But for that one lot, after I took profits on some of it, that stop would have gone, and that's why I cut that trade.
And you did not get back in the trade, did you, Jay? You're flat right now?
Nope, I'm flat right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Right now we have a potential failed upside auction in the S&Ps now. We never took out the high of the initial balance in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is still very, very range bound. You got a 3-bar reversal in the S&Ps. Maybe. Yeah. On the 3-minute, yeah. Kind of let the best trade location get away from us on that failed upside auction in the S&Ps. Would have been look to get short around 34 even. Maybe we'll get another shot at it, but I'm not sure what we want to do about it. Let's see if we can't get this 30-minute bar to close and then look for opportunities. Although that's going to just cost us in trade location. Here we are. Yeah.
See downside volume drying up a little bit in the Nasdaq. Jay, would you ever consider getting back into this position? Do you like it even better down here now, or not so much?
Yeah, I do. Right. So that where my stop was at 320 area on a test and a fail of sellers there. I do like getting back into this.
And that's overnight session VWAP there too as well on that 3-minute chart, right? 322.
Yep. I like this look for sure. Sentiment does seem to have shifted to the long side just a little bit. Obviously with that rip higher.
Yeah, just taking a look at the other markets here. We kind of looking at Jared was looking for a long in crude oil earlier. I'm not sure that he stayed in it. That was a while ago. If he did, it's finally given him a little bit of relief here. Putting in the low here of the session around 68.80. Gold, we were kind of really just range bound again. Gold is the same as the Nasdaq and the S&Ps. It's the initial balance is the extreme high and low of the regular trading hour session, and it's sitting right at VWAP. Jerome was kind of commenting on a possibility for a short in gold, but here it's sitting in a range-bound day right at the center of the range. Probably not going to try anything like that. A little bit of a pullback here again in the Nasdaq. Look at that. What are we looking for here, Jay? Ooh.
I'm looking for this 320 area. We are seeing some pops of buying coming in here. They're just not holding. So let's see. Again, we talked about this being a pretty range-bound day. New York session VWAP is still at 305. So although price moved up, volume hasn't gone with it. So just keeping that in mind.
Oh, did you say Jared was long crude oil?
Yeah, he was looking into a long in crude oil earlier. I don't remember the level. Not too far from where it is now. I think he would actually be in profit now if he had it and held it.
Yeah. Crude oil quite a bit yesterday. It's just been a range trader's delight the last couple of weeks. If you pull up my chart, I'm looking at a 4-hour chart of crude oil right now. I don't see how you could possibly not continue playing this range for the time being. It's just been pure gold.
Yeah.
Weekly kickoff high for the January contract was at 71.20. For the Feb contract, we're at 71.40, but still it's just that perfect sideways drift, Yesterday was a great opportunity to sell that upper channel line that I drew there. Could have gotten in pretty easily and just wait for that weekly kickoff low to hit again.
And that's what it does, man. Those range-bound markets, they just go from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low.
Oh, I do see Jared is back now. I guess I'm going to go take a nap until Hoop gets here.
Looks like I missed some fun.
Everyone took off. Nobody wants to trade anymore.
What's this awesome price action? Up, down, back.
We did what we could with it.
We did.
I am
right, back to positive on the day.
Nice.
Go ahead, Jared.
One thing that I've been messing with more lately, because I feel like I need better just structure, instead of just picking levels that may or may not matter. So I've been focusing a lot more on the Mentor Q levels, and there's promise there, but it's taking some understanding to put it all together. So I've just kind of been reviewing the day, each day of what happens. And you can see here, there was a GEX level that they had a gamma level of 1, which is a higher priority. And then they also had a blind level. And the blind level maps back to like the Qs in this case, because I have NQ up. But one thing that I've been trying to do is, how does those levels map up to something else? In this case, I didn't think this level mattered because I really didn't see anything on the chart over here. Like if I went to the 1 hour or maybe like the 5 minute, maybe they're and this is yesterday's move. There really wasn't a lot there that I would have hung my hat on, but for whatever reason, I mean, it pretty much, I guess that was an even number of 22,250. And, it pretty much bounced off that level. The other thing I've noticed too is like trading between those gamma levels, just when it goes up to the level, you either take profit or you go short and wait for it to trade back to the next level and then take profit and go short, whatever, or go long, whatever that might be. So I've been messing around with that. And I just feel like it's like a version of the volume profile, but it's taking in the gamma levels and the positioning of the, call options, put options. And especially since that volume is so heavy these days, it seems to be having much more influence and significance than it did even 1 year ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Anne Marie says it's the tail wagging the dog.
Yeah. Was it last Friday, Thursday, Friday, we had the most options volume ever. And yet the indexes, the volume was some of the lowest ever. Well, to me, that says something's up. And as we know, volume is king.
Not a whole lot sitting at 350 here. Yeah, I think buyers have an opportunity here, right? If they step in and buy it, the reason I got out of that long initially was because we didn't see the buying above 350. But these 320s kind of held. I was looking for 320 even. We got down to 25, and we see the bounce from here. So they have an opportunity, right? Sellers had one and they didn't take advantage, right? Didn't sell below that 325. Let's see here. Have to remember that this is still a, range bound day, 100-point range for the New York session in the NASDAQ. Do we stay here? Maybe, but I don't know. I'm looking at a settlement test up at 408 potentially.
Hey, we got a tilt. We finally got a tilt, folks, in the NASDAQ, 71% long. 71% long in the March contract of the NASDAQ. Average price, 22,338. So they're about 10 points in the money right now. Again, keep an eye on that. About 71% long, the NASDAQ on the tilt. Take a look at some other markets here. Crude, last trade $69.10. Crude, tight range as well. Look at the gold. Gold's kind of chilled out lately. Last trade $26.52. Micro Bitcoin futures bounced back from bottoming out at $106,000. Call it now we're trading about $107,000. High today, $109,000. And we have a VIP drop in with Coach Hoop incoming. We're around the bottom of the hour. Hey, London closed. London closed in 60 seconds. London closed 60 seconds.
London bridges falling down.
Yes. Douglas PC says, when will tilt be for other markets? Well, like what? What markets would you like, Douglas PC? Maybe I can help you there.
Well, and part of the issue with that is, the markets that we have are the most popular markets. There is a lot of data behind those. Some of your less popular markets, we're not going to have really good data for you because there's not enough traders trading it. So
excellent point.
You gotta take what you got, I guess. If nobody's really trading cattle, it's not going to really work that well.
Great point. Yes. Except for Hoop. Hoop trades the meats. Speaking of Hoop, we'll have him in shortly. I see him in the green room. Hoop slings the meats with the best of them. Feb lean hogs of Hoop. He died the other day.
Hoop is the tilt for cattle for Topstep.
Yes, he is. You will be fading Hoop or getting with Hoop in the meats if you're at Topstep. But yeah, we have, okay, see that tilt kind of fizzled out there. Now 63% long in NASDAQ. Nothing really doing. Jared's back. Good to see you, Jared.
Hey,
Didn't miss too much. Didn't miss too much. Didn't miss too much. It's in a holding pattern right now. Again, we got FOMC tomorrow. There you go. Slinging meats last year. Doesn't sound right. Lost Trader says. Yay. You know what? Now that I think about it, probably not.
Not your best moment there.
No, I say a lot of words.
I was going to say something, but I knew the chat was going to call it out. So
thank you, chat. I can always count on you. I can always count on the chat. Trading meats. Yes. I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop right there and get back to these markets. Some buyers.
I'm scanning around to see if anything is really presenting any opportunity. And I really think it is the NASDAQ, right? I've looked at gold. I've looked at platinum, crude oil. The NASDAQ seems to be the best opportunity here. It's just about where
not really coming off those highs real good, is it?
No. So, right? They have a chance. So again, I mean, anything can happen, like with that burst of buying that we just saw, right? I was talking about this market still looking heavy, and then all of a sudden we get some huge orders to fill, which could still be, a function of rollover as well. So we got to be careful of that. But looks like the best opportunity for now.
I'm just looking
Jared,
little
you're
bit
say
at
something?
the price. Yeah, at the price action. I'm going to just kind of walk through this, and then everybody can tell me, this is why you're on a losing streak. But if I look at price action, I have bookmap up, and what I have here is the purple line is a 21 EMA on the 1 minute, and which is sitting here at 337. And so we see that down there. My drawings don't show up. Bummer. Okay. You'll have to see my mouse. So price broke higher to the 355, then pulled back to the EMA, which was at 337, and didn't trade really through that. Broke higher again, and we have volume up there. Now we are on the high side of the volume distribution, but it seems like price is trading above the EMA, and thus any kind of pullback we buy, and maybe any kind of break we sell. Now this would be very micro trading. This would, to me, would be very scalping. You're taking all candle patterns out of it, and you're literally looking at the price action, and you're taking 1 minute trades, kind of. But I don't know what else you do.
Felt like. Jared, while you were gone, I got in a long in the NASDAQ, and it was almost immediately in my favor, 15 points. But, you kind of, like you said, pretty scalpy price action where I could hold on to that. But it feels like a 50-50 with the price action that we've seen. So, could I say, and I'm looking at a higher time frame chart as well. I'm looking at a 15-minute, 30-minute chart. I don't see anything that's definitive that we're going in either direction. So, yeah, I like leaning to the long side. You said above that moving average that you have, but being conscious of this price action that we've had at least so far. And I think this is the potential break here.
All right. Well, hoop. See the Pit Raiders. Get an update there. But before we do that, my man Dolby says, can you do this promo on the fly? Hey, we need some candidates for Pass with the Pros. You remember Stanley? Pass this combine live out. All right, we're seeing some buyers here in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We'll keep an eye on that. Last trade, the NASDAQ 22,367. But yeah, hey, my man Dolby says, we need some more candidates for Pass with the Pros. If you have a trading combine that's close to passing, I want to do it live on TV. Fill out this casting call form. We're going to pin to the top of the chat here. Again, we need some candidates for Pass with the Pros. Nice graphic. Production is on it today. Yeah, you guys remember Stanley? He did it with us. Came within 60 cents, and then he lost money, and then we were freaking out behind the scenes, like, oh my gosh, did we just cost him a combine? But eventually he did pass. And he took a $2,000 payout like last week. So yes, Pass with the Pros. There we go.
Nice.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, thanks. I'll be maybe trading next week when it's quiet. All right, guys. Well, if we are ready, JD's ready. We've got Hoop ready. Pit Raiders ready. We've got to ask Hoop about trading those meats. But let's do Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop. Check in if we're good to go. JD?
There he is, Dr. Cold Cuts himself, Coach Hoop, captain of the Pit Raiders.
Wow.
Lunch meat for everybody.
Lunch meats. There we go. Now we're talking.
Thin
We're getting
slice.
gritty now. Getting our hands dirty.
Yeah.
This is it. All right, Coach Hoop.
Marble Rye.
We got Fed Day tomorrow. What are you telling your guys about trading around Fed Day? How do you feel about trading Fed Day? Is it something you ever did? Is it a day you take off? You like that kind of action?
No, about all I ever did was out trades in the Eurodollar pits and dealt with the damage control from the actual day. Used to have on a busy unemployment day, I typically would have to go in for a Saturday morning call just because there were so many out trades the day after unemployment. I did in Discord last night. I did, it's Fed week. So I did, and I'm not a resident, 2-year, 10-year. I do trade the 30-year a little. I think I'm a contrarian a little bit. I think the bonds have kind of tipped the hand a little bit that we might not get as much lowering of interest rates come next year, but we'll see. Ultimately, I just say trade it. I think anytime the Fed numbers come out, you got to let the dust settle before you jump in it. That was kind of what I kind of put across through, between roll and the Fed going on, it's going to be, size down, trade micros, let the number come out, let the press conference get done if you want to dabble in it. But probably the rest of the week is probably going to be definitely a little volatile.
Yep. Speaking of bonds a little bit, we were talking about
this week too, right?
Yeah, expiration on Friday. Option and futures expiration. December equity contracts will go off the board on Friday. So if you're still trading in the December contract, that will expire on Friday. But talking about bonds and notes a little bit, we were talking just this morning, Hogan and I, during the opening call. 2024 saw $600 billion in bond inflows. Largest, I think it was the largest year on record or something like that. $600 billion in bond inflows. So people are betting on those or taking advantage of those higher interest rates while they can right now, speculating that they will start coming down a little bit. We know when bond yields go down, prices go up in stocks. Yep. Work on the inverse.
You remember how many cuts they had talked about, like this time last year, and that we were going to get all of them, and hardly any of it came to fruition because inflation stayed sticky for longer. And I think most of us who go shopping still think it's fairly sticky out there. I know cars and stuff like that have come down, but I'm not so sure we're just out of the woods yet on this one.
Cold cuts meats are still going up, right?
That's right. Get the hard salami, right?
All right. Let's take a look at that VIP leaderboard, can we please, real quick? These are in no particular order, but those are there's Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders down there at the bottom. Leading in a couple categories, 26 open active combines, 26 traders not sitting on the sidelines waiting for a reset. Yesterday, 26 traders on combine, 4 in XFAs, and leading in payouts also, $8,185 in total payouts for Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders, taken from 3 traders. Actually, 2 traders, 1 trader took 2 payouts. Could we see Coach Hoop's leaderboard, please? Little shakeup on Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders leaderboard. Some new names on there. We got Max, Paul, Dylan, Joshua, and Andrew. Paul, brand new, fresh into his XFA. We're going to talk about him in just a minute. I got a trading card for him. Max J, taking off to the races. $3,000 account balance, 69% winning trades. I didn't get a chance to look at Max's trade report. I don't know if they're eligible for a payout right now, but it's looking pretty good so far.
I do like the fact of seeing him trading in the micros. We kind of had a couple weeks ago talked about, win percentages being so high and hold times being so quick. So we tried to work on a little bit of, maybe size into the micros and letting the winners ride a little bit. And, I had a couple guys that had, 10 to 15 hold times of 30 seconds or less. It's just hard to let stuff play out a little bit when you're in and out that quick. Your win rate, 80% is not going to hold up. That's why, I think some of my traders have become more happy with, 50, 60 win rates as opposed to always being 70 or 80,
Yeah. Well, if the reward to risk is there, there's no problem trading like that either.
Yeah,
but
agreed.
Speaking of which, let's take a look at Paul P's trading card if we could, please. So Paul P, today is his first day trading in the Express funded account. So the numbers that I have here, I took from his last trading combine, the one that he graduated from on Friday. Reset this account just 5 times in the last 2 months. So trading fairly consistently well, I should say. Putting up $1,000 a day in this account. Losing day, nowhere close to his biggest winning day.
Yeah.
Only losing day on this account was $262, and biggest winning day was $2,200. So Paul made all the right moves getting into this XFA. Hold times were great, averaging about 10 minutes on the winners, 5 minutes on the losers. Holding the winners a little longer than the losers. That's how you keep those profits coming in, right?
Only 4 trades a day.
Only 4 trades a day, trading small, average of about 11 contracts. So not trying to hit a home run on every trade. Don't really want to say he came out of the gate swinging, but started off pretty slow. First day in this trading combine, made $200 on the first day, $800 on the second day, $1,000 on the third, and then it just scaled up $2,000, then $2,200. Only 1 losing day from this combine, getting into the Express funded account. So, Paul, if you're watching, hope you're having a good day on your first day in your XFA. Coach Hoop, you got any words of encouragement for our new funded trader on the Pit Raiders, Paul P?
I think we all kind of say, don't try and trade it any different. But I think everybody, when they walk into it, I'm guilty of it, going from, when you get the fresh, new account, maybe kind of building into it, is not a bad way to go. Once again, kind of dipping the toe type mentality. I'm kind of that way. But I think that's kind of more of, I think a lot of traders, once they get that mindset of once they're in the XFA, changes a little bit, but I think you got to sometimes just go with what got you there, but maybe size it down a little bit.
There you go. That's Mr. Hoagland's favorite quote: "Dance with the one who brung you, or dance with the one you brought." Don't try and change your strategy up too much. Don't come out trying to hit home runs. Although today we're starting to trend higher now. This could be a home run hitting kind of day.
I've been trying to buy the Dow all morning. Of course, I want to buy value, right? I want to buy the one that's got its butt kicked for 9 straight days,
Yep.
But pardon Luna. Can I do this, JD? I had a guy that didn't make it into the original drawing of the first 50 for the VIP, and he was hoping he'd get in. And he did share his certified funded trader. I should probably send it in maybe for Power Hour or something. But his moniker is Pistol Pete. I wanted to say congrats. He couldn't make it in the VIP, but he still, listens in Discord and stuff like that. But I was glad to see he sent me his certified funded trader certificate.
Nice job. Great shout out. We're clapping our hands for you, Pistol Pete. If you're in the chat, show yourself and come get your congratulations. All right. Any thoughts, Coach? We were talking this morning about $7 billion of inflow into the equity markets, just in one bank alone. Bank of America, $7.3 billion in inflows in the last couple of weeks. Do you think the legends about retail loading up are true? Could this be a top when retail gets a little too heavily loaded into a market? Are we looking for a top JD, after that?
I've shared it all week after getting run over in July. I'd love to just say that, the old contrarian a little bit on the floor of, this is a top, but I think we're definitely loaded one way. But I just think that the time of right now of you're in rollover, you're in the end of the year, seasonal rally. I think the break hard might come more after the first of the year. But I do definitely think the market's loaded one direction. But once again, I think as many conversations I have with Coach Paul of, it's a lot bigger than me. So I just try and trade more what I see than what. Oh, trust me, my gut goes we're overcooked. But I'm just a pea shooter, as Hogue says. But I think if anybody's going to do it, I think more it would be more likely after the first year.
Good consensus. Good analysis. Thank you, Coach Hoop. All right, I think that's about all the time we have for today's VIP drop. And thank you for joining us, Coach Hoop. Always a pleasure. I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I'll be back with some payout numbers. Oh, appreciate you. Thanks, Hoop. I'll be back with some payout numbers in just a couple minutes. All right, guys.
Thank you, Hoop. Thanks, JD. Yeah, that $7 billion of retail inflows definitely caught people's attention there for sure. Like Hoop said, after July, I mean, it was COVID. Yeah, internally it seems like, we're getting a little frothy, a little top heavy, but where else are they going to put their money? Maybe up and away. Anyways, let's get into this. Jay, it looks like the Bulls are trying to move this thing higher. Slowly, though.
Yeah, man. There was just a bid 130 bid at 78 and 78 and a half. 78 half, 130 bid that got filled. I'm looking for a pullback to potentially get into this, maybe around these 360s holding. I am conscious of the fact that, we might be running out of room to the upside. We just hit the Asian session opening range high at 385, and we rejected right at that level. But a pullback to 360s may get me into a long. Stop would be at 340. And the target would be that 385 conservatively first, and then ultimately settlement. So looking for a 360 entry here. If we get momentum into 360, I'm not just going to blind buy it. I would let 350 test and see if they hold there.
All right, 22,360. Hoop, can someone wake up the Dow? A little sleep. Mark's a little sleepy today. Big day yesterday, all-time highs. roll today, and we got FOMC tomorrow. So maybe it's just a sandwich day. But we'll see. Again, Jay looking for 22,360. Pulling back now, 366, 67's trade, 66's trade now. Thank you, JD. And we got about 8 minutes left here on Fast Markets. After this, we got VIP Lounge, Coach Paul in the house with Coach Paul with George F on his team. It's the VIP Lounge. We'll have morning recap also after this with the Hogue. Hogue and Mick for shoulder tap. Oh, I haven't seen that combo in a minute. JD and Hogue for group coaching. We got Back to the Futures. JD, Dolby, Mohammed. A lot of JD today. Good to see. I got the gold cuts. And we got myself, Dolby, James D. James D joining us for Power Hour. Wow. Good. Let's see if the 60s trade. Come on in and get those. Jay, but let's get those payouts going. JD, if you're ready, we can do it.
Ready. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Here are yesterday's live funded payouts. Big numbers.
Really?
Kirilos, number 7 on the big board, $48,600 payout. That's real cash, guys. Cash in the pocket, money in the pocket going to the end of the year. Big win for Kirilos. Balkaround, number 18 on the big board, $15,300. Joseph, number 13 on the big board. Top 3 are all in the top 20. Joseph, $9,900. Denny, number 186 on the big board, $9,090. And Damanta, number 84 on the big board, $6,390. These traders are all pulling money out of the live markets, folks.
Wow.
Real traders making real money in the real live markets.
JD, we see Balkaron's name all year, man.
Almost every day.
Really? Yeah, it really is.
At least 3 times a week, I say his name on air. So Balkaron's a superstar. He's been around for a while. He spent some time in the top 10 on the big board. He's currently number 18 on the big board. He's been around for a year since we started Topstep TV.
Awesome. Yep.
An all-star. If we put together an all-star team, Balkaron would be on my all-star team for sure.
Balkaron just crushing it. Hey, speaking of payouts, 5K payout club. You see the hat on my head? It's the 5K payout club hat. We also sent you a little gift package. Pin that link to the top of the chat really quick. We got group coaching. Or pin at the top of the chat. But yes, the 5K payout club. You can pay out over $5,000. We send you. There you go. There's that gift set. Pin and the hat. I got the hat with me. Pin is right over here. And we got one person fulfilling those orders. So please stay patient. They will arrive. But we're not going to say 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. They will arrive. By the time they arrive, it'll be like a nice little surprise. Yes, 5K payout club. Oh, there's Tim. Tim's got the link pin or form in the chat there. We're here more motivating than these losing streaks. I agree, KG, but hey, where can we throw the question out there? All right, 360s. Here we go, Jay. 360s. Last trade, 359.
Yep.
Anything doing?
Not yet. I have my finger over the buy button, but we're selling into it, so I don't
for reference.
I wanted to see.
The IB high is 366. We have left the potential failed upside auction again here in the Nasdaq. Not so much in the S&Ps. S&Ps holding above the IB high, 6134.75 at least for now. We did not hold the IB high in the Nasdaq, where it looks like we're giving it back here in the S&Ps now as well. Be careful being long.
Yeah. Yep. And that VWAP from the New York session is still down at 312. So keeping that in mind as well, right? Price went, volume didn't necessarily go with it. And that's why I think it's good to have an idea where you want to get in, but pay attention to the order flow when it gets there. I'm reading the tape and I don't see a buyer step in, so I can't be the only one.
Like it. Not married to a bias. Market generated information. Here, Jay, looking to perhaps get long for
MGI, baby. MGI.
Yeah, man. Now it's trading 344s, and he's ready to pull the trigger. Now 340s trade. We did take a dip into 330s, but buyers did step in ever so slightly. Like Hook said, S&P selling off a little bit as well. What a weird, tricky day. You cannot hold on to anything much longer. We got 100 lot here, downside on a bid in the NASDAQ. Ooh, 340s, and almost filled there. I believe those were filled. Yes, tricky markets today. Anyways, we got appreciations coming up here in about 1 minute. Everyone is flat. Jared, you are flat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Jared's
Yes,
flat.
sir.
Yes, Jay is flat. Hoag's got the morning recap coming up on the other side of this. Last trade, we're starting to see some sellers here. Well, in the NASDAQ. We got a VWAP at 22,326. So we're about a point or two off of that. All roads, George. All roads lead to VWAP. Well, that being said, let's get into some appreciations. It's that time of the day. We conclude fast markets, but we are by no means done for the day. We're just getting started. We got morning recap. Got the VIP lounge coming up after that. Shoulder tap group coaching. Back to the futures. Power hour. And don't forget about At the Buzzer. You got the start At the Buzzer here in the house. Second from the top right there. Let's start with, hey, well, first we go to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this day? Let us know. Positive way to end this mini trading session. Keep things in perspective. Let's start with the star of At the Buzzer. Coach Jay, what are you appreciative for?
I am appreciative always. Thanks God for the opportunity to do what we do every day, to wake up and just have the autonomy to do what we do every day. And then thankful for Topstep. I spent some time yesterday thinking about, the charity XFAs that MP was talking about, and having the opportunity to do that is awesome. And that doesn't happen without Topstep. So very thankful to Topstep for that opportunity. It's always great when we're able to give back.
Awesome. Good stuff. And hey, Mr. Jared, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
Well, as always, my freedom, but then also for those winning days when they are sometimes far and few between.
Well, you are keep a positive attitude. I know it's tough, man. This is tough. We're here to support you. Thank you for the transparency and coming on here every week, being open and vulnerable, and taking these trades live on television. It's not very easy. It's not for the faint of heart. That's for damn sure. But anyways, Hoag, we're gonna see.
Jared,
Hoag,
you got
something
this.
You got this, man. You got all of us. You got the Topstep TV family on your side, Jared. Of course, you got risk department. Always give them a call. You need to take a break. You need to lock you out. As a live funded trader, you have a Topstep risk team at online one at all times. Anyways, let's get right into the morning recap here, Hoag. If that's cool with you, we're going to take a quick break. This is Fast Markets and Topstep TV. Let's go.
If I can't see a clear, no-brainer decision, then I try and not make the decision.
Yeah.
And no decision is actually better than a decision, is what I realized.
100%. The act of not trading is being a trader.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
you got to know when to trade, not to trade, and all that kind of stuff.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. I'm Hoagie Claus. It's great to be here with everybody. I figure this morning we'll start with the S&Ps because we did take a couple of house trades with our guests, Jared and Jay. We'll take a quick look at the S&Ps first here. And so the first opportunity was we were looking for a long. Jay was looking for a long. Actually, Jared, I think, was looking for a long here after he kind of connoted or mentioned that he was going to be looking for shorts today. But that's okay. I mean, that's being flexible. That's being adaptable. We did take a house trade long, 3 contracts in the S&Ps at 61.26 half, right about there. The market really did not give us what we were looking for right away. And our initial stop was down here right around 61.21. Jared mentioned that he really didn't want to hit that stop. He was a little bit iffy about this trade. That's okay. He said he probably would be getting out of that trade. He also took this trade at the same time. Said he'd probably get out of the trade before it reached the stop. We ended up getting out of the stop, and then the market, of course, turned around and would have paid us relatively handsomely. But that's all right. That was about a $384 loss in the house account for that trade. We took 3 shorts then, and this was just before the 9 o'clock numbers. So we took 3 shorts, 61.30 half. There's that line right there, 61.30 half. The stop initially was up around 61.35. Ended up being a really good level for the stop because the market did kind of give us a look at the stop, came back. We trimmed the position a little bit right before the 9 o'clock number with a small loss on the trim. But we actually ended up taking profits on the other 2 at pretty decent levels. I think 20, I don't remember where those levels actually are, around 25 and around 24. So we gained most of the loss on the first trade that we had taken. And then we moved on to the NASDAQ, a pretty decent trade that Jay found for us. A nice little short. He was looking below session VWAP. We took the short at 22,296 and a quarter. We held. He said, let's just lighten up down here at 22,280. We bought one at 80. We moved below that, and we moved our stop to break even after that point. And then we were kind of looking like we were going to head lower. He said, let's just take the second one. If price gets back above 75, we put the stop just above 70. We ended up getting stopped out a little while later. I mean, we were in this trade for a decent amount of time here, about 20, 25 minutes. And then of course, our break-even stop got hit. Now, that made us positive on the day. There was about a $900 win there. That put us to where we are on our P&L for the day so far at $550.50. We are seeing the market now with the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ, where you're going to see the failed upside auctions on the 30-minute chart. Well, failed upside auction is when the initial balance high and the initial balance low are established. If price exits the initial balance and can't maintain price above there for a decent amount of time, that creates the failed upside auction. For all of those wondering what the heck is failed upside auction, this is a pretty classic one. Now, this is a little bit late in the day, more of an auction fade than a failed upside auction, but still, price moved above the initial balance, could not maintain price above that for 30 minutes, came back inside the initial balance. Jay was looking for a long, he said around 330. I said, you know what? We just left a failed upside auction, Jay. Let's be cautious looking for longs here. And we're seeing the market continue to rotate lower. Typically on a failed upside auction, you're going to have the market rotate to the IB low on a failed upside auction. On a failed downside auction, the goal is, or the target would be for the IB high for that session. So the market's pulling off. Nice little failed upside auction. Be cautious. Now the S&P is We had 2 or 3 TPOs trying to hold the price above that IB high. That IB high now again failed, coming back inside the initial balance. Not really a true failed upside auction. But the market really, as we were kind of suggesting and feeling and thinking and hypothesizing today, really kind of range bound. We know what we have coming out tomorrow. It's the FOMC meeting tomorrow. All of the information that can affect the markets that we know about is already in the markets. We tried to extend the range to the upside. We failed to do so. Now we're getting the rotation back to the downside. It wouldn't surprise me. And of course, this is no prediction and, no suggestion for any trades here, but it wouldn't surprise me with the failed upside in auction in the NASDAQ or price to come all the way back down and revisit the initial balance low, which is, to be precise, right now at 22,244 and a quarter. We don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. What we're doing here is using market generated information with the failed upside auction above the initial balance high, and then hypothesizing what is likely or probable to happen. Probability states that we're going to come back down near the IB low at some point in the session today with that failed upside auction. Anything can happen. ECH, we all know that for sure. We'll take a look at crude oil now, and I just completely blew off gold on the opening call today, and I do apologize for that. We'll take a good look at that shortly. So the market opened with a gap. Session gap yesterday would have a session gap close would have taken us down to $70.05. Overnight inventory was short. The market opened and continued to push lower, helping those weaker hands overnight shorts to continue to get paid. We've put in a base now pretty close to the low on the 12th, 13th. That's the last Thursday's low. All right. Well, when this market is as range bound as it is, let's take a look on the daily chart here. Give me a second. Let's click on that. So, JD was talking about this on the 4-hour chart. This is the daily chart. It's very range bound. So when we see this, we can then assume or hypothesize, if you will, that price action is largely being controlled by shorter time frame traders. Speculators are currently controlling price, plus the fact that it's in rollover. A lot of your bigger, longer time frame traders are focusing on getting a cheap rollover done in crude oil and in the equities. We're looking at short time frame levels to look for our opportunities because shorter time frame levels are likely to be respected. The problem with that is there's a lot of them. This particular short time frame level that is being respected was the low from what was Thursday and Wednesday of last week. These lows right here found buyers. They found buyers again. We didn't even quite get to them. And what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. It is not a true failed downside auction, but the market did look below the initial balance low and is now back above it. Are we going to rotate to IB high, or is the move pretty much over today in crude oil? Nobody knows. We're in the middle of the range right now. Be cautious and just be patient. Look for a good A+ trade opportunity if you're going to be trading crude oil today. I think that the best trade location has probably already been presented to us. Now let's take a look at gold. And again, I apologize. I totally just fritzed gold on the opening call this morning. So starting with the daily. Gold is the only market that we have on the opening call and the recap here that is not in rollover. What did we do as far as information? Well, yesterday we lost about 4,800 in open interest. The market is now presenting as range bound, kind of like crude oil, but we did have a breakout above this range, a failure to continue. The target for that breakout was really the swing high up here at 27.4820. That was accomplished. Now we're seeing the market coming back into this area of balance. And this area of balance, what did we say this was? It was around, I don't know, 2690, 2700, down to weekly kickoff low, which remains the same from last week, 2639. That we're right back in this very sticky area of balance. If we stay in this, the fact that we're back in this sticky area of balance kind of creates a stickiness, if you will. It's going to be hard to get away from this balance area that we had previously. It was about a 2-week area of balance. A lot of open interest increases during that period. That's where the energy came from for the breakout. The failure, I'm not sure where that came from. I don't know anybody who knows for sure. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart, and then we'll get moving on here. So a very range-bound day, unusual, really, because we did open with a gap below below yesterday's session. We tested to and traded to a naked point of control from back here on the 6th of December. That was approximately 26.59.20. I think it's actually at 10. The market did check to that level, and IB low, IB high, normal trading day established so far. Be careful at the IB high and the IB low. If the market is going to find some energy, it's going to find that energy at those levels. One of the things I wanted to point out, we are approaching the low of that area of balance that we were in for so long. You see that rejection below weekly kickoff low. You see rejection below this late spike on the 25th of November. Rejection, 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 rejection. Is this where the buyers are hanging out? That's probably where they were hanging out before. If they're still there, gold might be getting a little bit cheap now. So that's really the morning recap. As always, it is a pleasure to be with you now. Stick around for the VIP lounge. We got Coach Paul coming up next, and George from the Profiteers. George is making his debut on Topstep TV. I know we'll make him feel very welcome. He's been an Express account since November 21st. Nice job maintaining a 50% winning day percentage. We're going to hear about what he has learned and applied to his trading. He's a Topstep VIP. Looking forward to seeing that. Real trades, real traders, live trading. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
baby, do we have a surprise for you? We just got surprised in the green room. This is the VIP lounge. The dude in the lower left-hand corner, he is a coach on Coach Paul's Profiteers VIP team. But everyone, this is George from the chat. All roads lead to VWAP. George is in the house. He is a Coach Paul Profiteer. George, welcome to Topstep TV. Well, not welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to your debut on Topstep TV. What's up, man?
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was trying to get your attention in chat that hey, this is me. I'll see you in a second. But you were busy, man. You were running the show.
This is it, everybody. We got all roads lead to VWAP. George, show him the shirt. Show him the T-shirt, George, just to prove it is indeed him.
Wow,
that's it.
Beautiful.
There you go. There you go. Also from Kansas City. Yup, that's the proof. That's like showing your papers at the border. This is absolutely. This is George. This is George. He's got his Chiefs hat on. He is from Kansas City, Missouri. Another KC Mo in the house. We got a lot of KC Mo in the house. Anyways, well, okay, we got Coach Paul as well, co-star of At the Buzz, and we saw his co-star Coach Jay in Fast Markets. I am fired up right now, so I'm gonna throw it to my main man Dolby, who has seemed to find himself inside with some shelter. He's not in the blizzard, the tundra anymore. Dolby, what's going on, man?
Oh, it's nice in here, Dre. The snow was a little bit too much outside, so I had to take the show inside. So this is a look around the cabin. This is pretty much all of it. There's one side room, but that's about it. I think that you can actually see that door behind me. Yeah, that's the bedroom. Very, very nice in here. Though.
Well,
very nice.
You are protected from the elements. That's very, very good. Yes, we got a lot of talent coming from Kansas City. KC Mo, George, all roads. All right, let's get right into it. George, talk to us about your trading. Talk to us about what you're seeing today. And you and Paul, do your thing, guys. He is a VIP. He's a profiteer. Go ahead, George. Talk to us.
Yeah, hey, Paul is awesome. He's a great coach. He's definitely like a no pressure, matter of fact, kind of pat you on the back type of coach, which I get along with that 100% because I make all the mistakes, right? And it's just getting to the bottom of it, So that's pretty much my experience with Coach Paul.
Well, let me ask you, what is the biggest lesson you've learned? That we talk about learning from our mistakes.
I constantly overtrade, and it's sort of on purpose because I'm still figuring this out. I haven't gotten really to my strategy yet. I can pick and choose other strategies that work. It's just maybe it's my cup of tea, maybe it's not. But I'm still figuring this out. I'm kind of humbled every once in a while when I take a trade with too much size, or I've had days where I've had 50, 60 trades when I know I shouldn't be doing it. You know what I mean? So really, it's calming down. That new feature, the lockout, where I haven't set to 10 trades, and that's cutting my stuff down 75% probably.
Well, that's a big step. That's good to hear, because you don't want to be the leading indicator in VWAP, right?
Right.
You want to let VWAP establish itself. I'm glad to hear that you've learned that, because that's a lot of trading. And one of the things, especially when we're starting out in trading, is we want to trade a lot with the mindset is the more I trade, the better chance I have to make money. Does that seem to fit into that psychology for you?
Yeah, another thing with combines, especially, it's never really enough. It's like I play poker, right? But I'm terrible at free poker. You know what I mean? And so the combine.
Terrible at what poker?
What's that?
Your kind of poker?
Texas Hold'em.
Okay.
He's terrible at free poker. He says he's terrible at free poker.
Yeah, I'm terrible at free poker. Yeah, and so skin in the game, that type of deal. With these combines, I'm lucky enough to experiment, and that's kind of what, maybe right or wrong, that's what I do. Again, I'm still trying to figure it out what my strategy is. Again, there's people with a lot of great strategies out there. I'm trying to figure it out, and I use those combines, to be honest, right or wrong, to experiment.
Okay, I'd love to hear that you're a poker player. There is poker. and the principles of good poker playing can be easily applied to trading. As a matter of fact, there's a legendary trader. Her name is Jenny Just from Peak Six Trading. They're one of the largest option trading firms. She's a self-made billionaire, her and her husband. And she runs a poker called Power Poker, a group to empower women to make decisions using poker. There's also a group out of New York, out of Wall Street, that has a poker playing group. So I would ask you, you're developing your strategy, and I like the idea is you're developing. You're not set in.
Lot to learn.
Trying to follow someone else's, which in my opinion, I think it's extremely hard just to do someone else's trading, because you have to make those decisions. You have to take the heat. So in your development, what part of poker do you think is going to assist you in developing a successful strategy?
All of it except one. The risk management was there. I'd like to, like everybody in chat, go to a risk to ruin calculator. Okay, and type in like your normal win percentage of like 60%. Okay, and then how much size you're putting in on the trade, and look at your risk to ruin. You know, people don't set a stop loss, a daily stop loss or something. If you're doing this for real, you know, not in a combine, they don't set a stop loss, and your risk to ruin is almost 100% if you don't set a max daily stop loss, right? It's almost 100%. You're never going to get anywhere. So it's the risk management. That one thing that doesn't go from poker to trading is you can't bluff the market, like at all.
You can't.
There's no amount of size that you can put on. Somebody has more money than you, and like the NQ is just going to do what it wants.
That's a great perspective. The only person you're going to bluff there is yourself. I love that you brought up the risk to ruin. So as you develop your trading strategy, I look at it as each trade you have to have an ante, or you can't play the game. So that's the core principle of risk management. So do you have any calculation of what your bet is per trade?
It depends on what the market's doing. If I get number one, where's my stop loss going to be if I enter right now, right? And so, like right now, it's coming up on the New York Open VWAP, and it's pushing up a little bit. My stop loss would be below that swing low at a probably like 295 or something, right? Now, well, how much can I afford? Well, then how much size am I going to put on the trade? So I don't really have like a set number, but that's kind of the way I go about it nowadays.
Okay. One thing that helped me, and I'm going to make a suggestion to you, is to get consistency. Is size out a bet equal to an ante? That in your system that you're developing, okay, I'm willing to get in the game here. What's it going to cost? Minimum. What table am I sitting at? One of the problems that I had when I was younger is I had no idea. I just came in, and I remember I was in the pit one day I'm going to be a 5-lot trader. The next day, I'm going to take 20. Why? You got a 20 lot, I'm going to take it from them. That is not a good system for developing risk, because it's varying too much. So one thing I would suggest is find out the percentage of your equity
What do you recommend?
A 1 unit. I 2% at max.
2%? For the day? For the day or per trade?
Right. For the trade.
For the trade. Gotcha.
That's the max.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you have to take that loss, but that's the entry fee. Okay. Then you can start building consistency. Let's say you want to add to that. Okay, now the market's moved. You got some more information, much like a poker table. You got the flop. You see what's in front of you. You have more information. Where you have to decide: do I fold? Do I stay in?
Right.
Or do I push? Why I bring that up is that will bring consistency to your risk taking. When you have consistency, you can really find out if you're betting too big, if you're taking too many trades. One of the dangers of, especially if you're new to trading, and you mentioned it earlier, is over trading. Because you want to execute a plan, right? If you're not executing a plan, you can easily get lost. You're just trying to make money. This Hogue says if you can find a reason to take any trade. But if you're playing
100%.
poker, you have a what? A system, right? A plan. Okay, I'm in. I'm in. How many chips does it cost me to get in? Do I want to stay in? Look for more information? Do I want to push? And then you're managing risk and executing a plan. Does any of that make sense to you?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Now, I can sit around and wait for pocket aces, right? And it doesn't mean I'm going to win, but the problem is I have a few different strategies, and I always have a setup, so I'm playing all the way down to pocket fours, and I get caught up.
Yeah,
I bet.
Yeah. So one of the I would say is you're too willing to take risk.
Yeah.
Willing, you said.
And
too
I'm
willing.
there. Too willing. It's like, okay, I'm in. Well, why am I in? When you hone down that decision-making process to be more exclusive, to be the hot chick at the bar, you don't have to take all comers, right?
I like
can
this.
be choosy. You don't have to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the power.
It is the power.
So now you're waiting for the opportunity that you're defined, that you're willing to put chips in, to ante up, so to speak, right?
That's right.
Once you're in, you have to make that decision. Am I going to stay in? Is it worth it to find the next card?
Yeah,
and
choosy.
That's where good poker decision making comes to good trading.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, the benefit of trading
Like
is that you don't have to play any hand, and you don't
Right.
get penalized for just
That's
sitting
right.
at the table and just passing up crappy cards. I mean, ideally, as a trader, you should be sitting at the table and passing up mediocre setups for your perfect setup, because eventually it will happen if you just wait long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also in.
Real quick, I want to just get this in there. We got group coaching coming up about an hour or so. We'll get the form pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. I don't know if we're a little light, if we're heavy on those questions, but again, we'll get the form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. Today we got JD and Hogue in for group coaching. So in the top of the chat, there it is. Thank you very much. And let's get back to all right, Dolby. Hey, George, let's get to know George the trader. We're looking at these markets right now. I see your NQ trader. Last trade 22,333. Right, a VWAP. Go figure. How about that?
Yeah, how do you trade VWAP?
What?
I mean, you try to just get long above it, short below it. It's just a tough situation because
I like confluence. It's not like it touches VWAP and then I'm in, right? That's just not how it works. I have an anchored VWAP at the high. I have the daily open VWAP. I have a VWAP from the all-time high, but
and all the VWAPs.
Yeah, but the thing is they're just there. Now, when there's confluence and an actual level, and I don't care how you make your levels, they're your levels, right? Everybody has their levels. And, every once in a while I'll throw on the Hogues levels, and that they work great, right? Whatever levels you use, that's how you use VWAP. That's how I use VWAP. Where if there's confluence, you have this Tuesday open right here, or today's open, and then I have this anchored VWAP from the high. You can make an argument for a short, but I mean, are you going to go that far because you have all this support down here? You know what I mean? So it is about being patient and waiting for the setup. The setup was actually back here around 10:06 Central, where it came down, touched this anchored VWAP from the low, came back above the New York Open VWAP, and then went long. Right? That would be a good setup. It's kind of chopping around here in one of these Dolby range things.
Very choppy today. Today is a brutal day. If anybody made money today, congratulations. It was, run some lows.
Dolby, I'm surprised you don't put
chop around in the middle.
I'm surprised you don't put like an anchored VWAP at the low of the range or something like that.
No, I'm good. I can't switch up. I can't switch it up anymore. You definitely cannot teach an old dog new tricks. Anytime someone's like, "Oh, you should look at this thing. You should look at this thing," I'm like, "You should look at ranges. They're really cool. They're pretty awesome."
Gotcha.
But I think it's part of like a trader's identity too. It's like you have to figure out what resonates with you and how you view the market, and it's not going to be the same thing for everybody, and that's what makes a beautiful market. Like. We need range traders. We need VWAP traders. It's what helps the market move. But at this point in my stage of trading, I cannot add anything else. All I see is rectangles and boxes. That's it. Everything is a rectangle in a box. Nothing else.
Another thing I'd like is just a suggestion, right? I want Andre to have one day a month, Thursday or Friday, the last Thursday or Friday of the month. He doesn't have to trade all day, but somebody can take over a segment.
Yeah,
and Andre can trade because I want to see his setup. I want to see his setup and how he trades. You know what I'm saying? One day a month, last Friday of the month.
Maybe a power hour. Well, we're coming into the holiday trading season, and we're going to be a little bit light staffed around here. So maybe when no one's looking, I might take a trade or two here in the next couple of weeks. Yes, indeed. So around the holidays, we trade. It's a little quieter. Maybe we could take some trades there. I won't be necessarily driving, but I like where your head's at, George. Let's do that.
Yeah.
One hand on the wheel, one hand on the mouse, Trey. You can do it, baby. You can do it.
Let Jesus take the wheel. Anyways, yes, we will. I think we can do that, George. We'll keep it light and tight. We won't let it distract or bleed into the show, but I kind of like that. But I'll tell you right now, I would not be taking a trade in this market.
Right.
This is a bit messy. I know we want to come in. This is the VIP lounge, but there's not really change. So I want to hear. Okay, George, does Coach Paul have any great cliches that he says? I want to hear about when we have some VIPs on. What are some of his Coach Paulisms? Does he have any sayings that he constantly repeats that he's got into your head right at this point? Coach Paul, you know what I'm talking about. I want to hear George. George, does he say anything that he repeats quite often?
It's a good thing. He kind of repeats himself on the risk management because that's what it's all about, right? And so he kind of pounds that into your head. But his real cliche is he's a really nice guy. So someone in the VIP chat could say something, I don't know, lack of a better term, not smart, and he's like, "Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. You know what I mean?" And he's just a genuinely nice guy, and so I'd follow him anywhere.
Oh, that, Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there drama?
Well, I will
Paul,
tell you,
in your Discord.
Is there drama?
Discord drama we don't know. Yeah, is there some Discord
No,
drama that we need to know
save the
about?
drama for your mama. No,
No, none. That's what I'm saying.
I love it
because she
didn't have that on my bingo card today.
She might care. I don't. Right? Maybe
there's a Coach
because I've
Paul
done this
is
so
right
long.
there.
Yeah.
Save the drama for your
one of the
mama.
things- I've done this so long. I want to. There's enough drama putting on a trade, taking risk. Right?
Seriously.
I mean, and eventually you want to come to a point where you're not feeling too emotional. There's going to be an emotion there. But if you're feeling too emotional, like, damn, every tick is a for you or against you, you're creating a lot of drama, and that does not mix well with good trading. You'll hear me say, frame out your risk before you put the trade on. When you do that,
What do you mean by that?
Well, know how much you're willing to risk before you even enter the market. So going back to poker, okay, it's going to cost me X. I know I'm at the $10 chip table, not the $100 chip table. I have $500. If I'm entering the $100 chip table, I'm going to be, as the old saying is, nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. When I'm that nervous, I am not going to make good decisions. And when you're nervous, what is that? That's drama.
Mm-hmm.
Look at, when Rips was playing, when we saw him playing poker, you tell him how much emotion he had. It's almost zero. Because
I love that.
That kind of emotion, that drama, you're sitting at a poker table and you tell me, the reads,
right.
whatever your read is. We used to see that in Pitt. When the guy's, fumbling around, he's all emotional, he's stuck. And there's an old saying is, you stuck? Well, stay stuck. Which means if you're stuck and I can see you're stuck, I'm going to fade you till you're not stuck anymore. Because you're giving me information. So that's why I go back to being dramaless. Doesn't mean you have to come to a 0 point of understanding. That's why knowing your risk before you enter the trade. Because if you don't, when is this going to stop? Right? Because let me ask you, George, how many trades do you put on where you get no heat?
Almost zero. I mean,
yeah, that's impossible.
Yeah.
Right? So
Almost
then when
zero,
you're feeling heat and you don't have an exit,
right?
What's going on in your back of your mind?
Well, wrong again.
No, come on. Oh, George. Oh, that's pretty good. Shit.
Actually, I love that answer because, that's another word for doubt. Right? You start doubting yourself. You doubt the trade. I'm a moron. Why am I doing this? Let me ask all the traders, have you ever had that thought going on in your mind when you have risk on? Right. I mean, we're human.
Oh, so many times. Coach Paul, if I'm really tilted, I will, think a losing trade has already happened, but it hasn't even happened yet. It's like, maybe it sits a little bit in the red, but it hasn't even gotten to your stop yet. Depending how tilted I am. Yeah, 100%. Perceiving losers before they even occur.
Yes.
Losing one trade isn't bad. It's 2 or 3 in a row, and I should be calling it quits. You know what I mean? I'm pretty desensitized when it comes to losing. Playing cards and stuff. You can be the best poker player in the world. You're going to lose a session. period. You can be the best trader and it'll go against you. You know, it's the multiple losses that I need to tone down for sure.
Yes.
Well, my suggestion for you there is you have to have a risk budget. That risk budget is a percentage of your equity. So if you, let's say you're starting with $4,000, right? I personally, because I've done it all. And one thing the biggest lesson I learned is I will not lose more than 12% of my equity in one day. This is not going to happen. And that was one of the greatest things. Topstep X, you can set that. And I'm saying to some people, only 12%? Right. Yeah, 12%. Because if I'm running a business and I lose 50% of my working capital, my chances of surviving probability of surviving are pretty low. But if I'm at 10 to 15%, I call it 12, I can survive. So when I'm saying the risk budget, it might not be a number of trades, but it's damn sure is a percentage of your equity, because the number one rule is to survive.
Right.
So 100%.
In that survival is, now I have a budget. I can budget how many trades are based on losing. Because one thing that doesn't happen a lot, people don't is measuring, cutting off winners. To me, that's as deadly as too many losers. So when you get a budget where you can, budget out how much I'm willing to lose, or walking into a casino, instead of bringing a credit card, you bring cash, whatever, $500, no credit cards. This is what I'm willing to risk. If I lose this, well, then I'm going to go see a show, whatever, enjoy something else. That's one way of controlling emotions. Because, Dolby said it right. There are days where that's pure drama, right? I'm entering trades, pretty sure I'm going to lose. Now, when you have defined your risk before you enter the trade, you know what you've anteed. It's a lot less drama.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, guys. Well, let's get back to these markets really quick. This sounds like we were just in the middle of a VIP coaching session right there, Dolby. Very, very cool. Take give you a peek behind the scenes right there. Get a little Coach Paul Profiteer VIP coaching. We are seeing some buying, just creeping up higher here in the NASDAQ. 352 last trade in the NASDAQ. Looking at the ES, creeping towards the upper end of this 5-minute range. If you're looking at that 5-minute chart, 61.36 last trade. High of the day, 61.46. So about 10 points off there. Take a look at the Bitcoin. I call Bitcoin now. Yep, starting to creep our way back towards the highs. Last trade about $108,000, about $1,000 off the highs there. Take a look at the crude oil. Last trade is $69.39 a barrel. And gold's finding some buyers now, just creeping above VWAP. Gold last trade $26.59.50. We got about 9 minutes or so left here in the VIP lounge. But if we are good to go, we do have a history lesson here that we now do during this segment. So if James is there, Dr. James, Professor James,
I'm here.
On this day. Yes. What's our history lesson for the day today? Yesterday was, the Boston Tea Party was yesterday? What do we got today?
That's right. Yesterday was the Boston Tea Party. Today, we take you to Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, December 17th, 1903. Orville and Wilbur Wright make the first successful flight in history of a self-propelled, heavier-than-air aircraft on December 17th, 1903. Orville piloted this gasoline-powered propeller-driven biplane, which stayed aloft for 12 seconds and covered 120 feet on its inaugural flight. And from there, man never stopped trying, and we kept making the planes bigger and heavier. And you all know the drill. Wilbur Wright died of typhoid fever in 1912, and Orville lived until 1948.
There you go.
So thank you to these two guys for birthing the modern airplane and for changing the way we travel forever.
120 feet. I guess that is flight. But all right. Yeah, thank you.
The first time ever is pretty impressive.
That is true. That's very, very true. Considering it's never been done before. What am I talking about? Yes.
Yeah, the previous record was 0.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very
Well,
true.
you know, there's an old saying: "Flying is easy. It's the landing that's the problem."
That's true. Trade like KV in the chat. Is this the George? Yes, KV. Yeah. I believe this is the George. This is him.
What's up?
Hey, take a look at Tilt.
Yeah, I've been trading with KV for quite a while. He's awesome. And talk about a marriage made in heaven. Obviously, I'm not very patient. He's ridiculously patient. You know what I mean? So shout out to GFU for sure. They've helped me quite a bit too. Another guy that you guys should get on is Ethan, who's also a coach at GFU. He's remarkable, super nice guy.
Yeah, George is doing some casting and recruiting for us now, Dolby. I like this. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, George. All right. Well, we got about a couple minutes left here in the VIP lounge. I'm just wondering, no real trades to take here. Seeing a little bit of a pop here in gold. 69.52. When I mean pop, this is very, very small. Dolby time. What are we thinking, man? What are we thinking here? Looking at the markets. Let's do some range analysis. You seeing anything possibly showing up to you? We lose Dolby.
Dolby?
Bueller? Dolby time.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Yeah, what's up? Sorry.
Dolby, where were you right there? Dolby, you seen anything? Dolby.
Yeah, not really, to be honest. Like, I'm not seeing good ranges in the NASDAQ. I mean, maybe the 30-minute now. We're starting to get 3 bars that are kind of starting to get a little bit consolidated. But overall, this is not a very fun trading market, and at least in my opinion. I would be sitting on the sidelines. I probably would have been stopped out by now, to be honest. Just straight up. I think ES has a better structure for range trading because a 5-minute range is a lot tighter. But, you know, if I had to take a trade right now, maybe a short in NASDAQ just because we're kind of at top of range. But I also don't like shorting NASDAQ ever. So it's a tricky day today, honestly. It's a very tricky day today.
Dolby, you said one great thing, if I had to, which means, you know, we just talked about discipline, patience. Yep. And we said it earlier, you said it earlier, you don't have to. Best trades, best trades you take are the ones you don't take.
No. But it's also like totally, like I did take some like, you know, trades this morning when I was like half paying attention. Like the market did not feel good. I also don't like doing that in general because I'm so competitive. But it's been tough. We like ran some lows and ran some highs. Now we're back in the middle. Definitely feels like a market that is awaiting important news. It's not trying to accomplish a lot today, other than get people stopped out. And probably did get a lot of people stopped out today.
Rotation.
Yep.
George, I have a question for you. What type, you know, one of the things is what I found is to define your personality. What kind of personality or what kind of trader personality do you have? And what drew you to trading futures?
Well, I used to trade Forex back in the day when FXCM was allowed to do their thing in the US. And then I was playing cards online and I saw a couple dipshits with rented Lambos and kind of ignored them. And but I got curious, you know, and tried to get to the end of the internet on seeing how much I can learn. And obviously saw Topstep TV. I've been here for a while, and
you have
in turn, you know, Topstep X as you guys rolled that out. And I'm a perpetual learner. I think I don't think I'll ever stop learning poker, trading. I have a genuine interest. So I'm not the one all be all. I don't know it all, but I want to. And I know it's not possible, but I'm going to try.
Oh,
Interesting.
So you like to learn. So I mean that's awesome. That's how you get better. What do you think the biggest lesson you've learned so far in trading futures?
The NASDAQ can rip your face off.
Real. For real.
But it can also reward you. When you're taking that little bit of heat and you suffer through it a little bit, and then it starts going your way. There's nothing like it because it moves, right? So when it moves the direction you want it to, it's the best. So
good stuff. All right, Dolby time. We're coming to closing time here.
You said you came from FX. Have you traded anything besides NASDAQ?
Yeah, I mean, if like today, for example, if I was bored and I was looking at the charts and I kind of want to stay away from NQ, I'd search around. I'd look at the Dow, or I'd look at see what it's doing. You guys have micro Bitcoin now, which is all the rage. I'd look at that. Will I trade? I don't know, but is it interesting? Yes.
I want to give a shout out
ranges
to
in micro Bitcoin today. That's for sure.
Big range, almost $3,000 in range there. I want to give a shout out to FVG Trader, the FVG Trader. First Topstep payout today. Merry Christmas. Shout out to FVG.
Oh, that's awesome.
That stands for Fair Value Gap, Dolby. I believe that's what it stands for.
Yes, it does, Dre.
Your first payout. Congratulations. Merry Christmas. Absolutely. Yeah, looking at micro Bitcoin, Dave Carty says, gives it the strength. Yes. Continue to grind higher here. We bottomed out $106,200. We are creeping higher now, above $108,000. High today, call it $109,000, but we are well making our way higher. We are continuing to close that sell-off and retrace pretty much all that sell-off. Yeah. Dolby was thinking about taking a short in the ES. Yeah. What are you looking at there?
Just I like the structure in micro Bitcoin a lot more than I like it in NASDAQ. So 5-minute ranges have been very clearly defined. We got this one at like 11:45. There was one at 11. There's even one at 9:50. And those are all like really easy patterns. You can kind of just set risk below a range, and then hopefully it doesn't hit it, and then you get all the upside. So much better structure in micro Bitcoin. If I had to trade any market today, it probably would have been that one. NQ did almost no ranging today. All chop. It's very, very choppy.
Andre, you're an ES trader, right?
Yes, well, yeah, more so. Yes, ES is more calm. It holds structure much better, like you're seeing right now. But it's been stuck lately. The trade, ES has been kind of a boring trade lately, which boring can be okay, but it's just not going anywhere. I would probably be getting chopped up in the ES because I'd see the NASDAQ just take off to the upside. And I think, you play leader lagger and get long the ES and it just won't go. It won't go. And by the time the NQ's done running, the ES is just going to get chopped up. So right now, the best trade is probably no trade, I would think. A lot of news-driven stuff. I mean, this like technical things like slow markets like today, this is where you get chopped up, like Dolby was saying. It's it's okay to sit on your hands. Like Dakota says, trading is optional. Yeah, always trade for tomorrow. Trading is optional. Don't forget that. You got to make your bread. Get a couple days a week. Like last week, it was Wednesday and Friday, right? Those were the 2 days. The other 3 days were just chopped up. So you got to realize, like days like today, sit on your hands, lock yourself out, or just sit and watch. Get some screen time and pull up a practice account. This is where you learn what not to trade. Yeah, come back later.
Come back after lunch. I think the problem though is a lot of people get chopped up. Like people get super excited and they want to trade the open in like the first hour, and that is probably one of the hardest times to trade. Yeah, to be honest, we do have probably one of the hardest times. There's nothing worse than getting chopped up in the first 10 minutes of your section. Oh, go ahead, Dre.
We got 20-year auction coming up here in about 4 minutes. With that being said, hey, we got Shoulder Tab next with Mick and Hogue. Then JD and Hogue will be here for some lunchtime trading and coaching again. group coaching form into the top of the chat. Then at 1 p.m., we got Mohammed in the house. Also, his plans to start off on the right foot in his new XFA. Stick around. Fan favorite James D will be here to trade Power Hour at 2 p.m. Central Time. So stay tuned with us all throughout the day. Also, make sure to check out Coach Paul at the Buzzer. You saw his co-star Jay earlier this morning. Check out Coach Paul at the Buzzer after Power Hour. I need a break. I'm getting a little bit of winded right now. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. All roads lead to VWeb, George.
Hello, traders, and welcome to the Shoulder Tap segment. We've got our favorite risk manager, Mick, the mustache Ironimo, with us today. Mick, it's been a minute since I've been able to join you for this segment, and I'm really looking forward to it. It is good to see you, my friend.
It's wonderful to see you, John. I miss you as always. We don't get to connect enough, and happy to be on with you. I don't know how you or anybody else can call me the mustache when you are rocking that thing. Now you got the Santa beard to back it up, but you take everything under the, from the lips down off, and look at that thing. You could be, some sort of gunslinger or card dealer in an old Western, or the Hirsch of Deadwood or something like that.
I like that. I was going more for like the hoagie claws thing, but I'd go for a card slinging, gunslinging Western guy.
And if I get comments on it, I just say, yeah, I'm trying to be as dirty as I possibly can. But you've got the wax, so you're groomed. Oh well. What's up? Good to see you. We got some stuff to talk about. I got 2 cards, John, that I'd like to dive into. Before we do so, let me rattle off a couple P&Ls. Yesterday with the trend that we had a little bit more to talk about here, but not to say there's no shout outs for people who are up money. We've got Pin, who's been featured on here before. He's up $16,000 in his live account, John. We've got Tasher up $4,800. And then some smaller ones. Really, it's only Pin that's on the 5-figure day today so far, but there's a lot of session left. We've got Joe Lemon. Oops, I shouldn't say last names. Joe, who's going to be one of our featured traders on the first card here. Joe's up $6,800. Anthony, $6,000 and counting. Jerome, he's up $4,000. Scott, up $3,600. And then a lot of other smaller P&Ls, which I'm not surprised by. There hasn't been much direction, if you ask me, in the markets. What say you, Santa?
I agree. I'm very impressed with Pin being up 5 figures on a day like today. Do you know what he's trading?
He's been swinging around. Yeah, he's a NASDAQ trader, like most of these traders are, but he's been trading the NASDAQ. He's got a lot of round turns under his belt, so it hasn't been a set it and forget it and catch the move or lack thereof move. But he's been just trading some size, and $16,000 is the best we've seen anybody, eke out of the session today.
Wow. Well, he's probably got the right market state, and he's see money, take money, get a good position on, and take that money. He's stacking it up. It's a nice job, Ben.
Stack that cheese, as they say, right?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to pull up a chart here, but I gotta move this from one of my other monitors. I've got my big TV monitor here, and then I've got 2 other monitors over here at the desk that, despite my youthful eyesight, it's very difficult trying to look at a curved monitor that's not facing you. That's about 10 feet away in the corner. Bear with
me. It would have to be about 10 feet away for me to be able to see it.
One of those, huh? One of those. Yeah, that's S&P.
Just got to have my cheaters on.
Not a lot going on in the mercados today, but what we do have going on is some trading to talk about. So I'd love to dive into these trading cards with you, and maybe we could pull up the trade reports, John. I've got those linked in our messaging channel.
I've got them pulled up.
A man that's prepared.
Absolutely.
With a great beard. All right. Well, Joe. Joe's one of the people that I mentioned was up $6,800 today. Very happy for him. Joe's trading card here is a bit of a shout out, a bit of a shoulder tap, a little bit of a mix, because I'm happy for some of the things he's doing. I'm happy for some of his metrics and performance, especially, having a nice big winning day today. But there's some areas for improvement here, Hogue. So let's unpack this a little bit. He's up $6,800 today. He's traded 30 days in this live account, and his average P&L or his net P&L is minus 500, call it minus $600. So every session on average, he's losing $600. So he's not profitable in the account thus far, but over these 30 days, it's panned out as such. Now, he's only had 27% winning days, Hogue, and he's only had 32% winning trades. These are low metrics that you normally don't see with successful traders unless their risk reward is, a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, many multiples kind of thing. And the winning trading days and winning trades don't talk about the dollar values of average winning day, average losing day, that kind of thing too. So I want to go into that a little bit. Despite being down money, this is someone, Joe had started with a pretty sizable account balance from the XFA to live transfer. So right now, as it stands with today's profits, he's sitting just north of six figures in his account. He's got about $100,000 in the trading account. That means something, and I'm talking about it now, not just because it's a big number, but I'll get back to it later when I talk about an adjustment that he made and how I find it to be respectable. His best day so far in the account is $15,875, just shy of 16 grand. His worst day, $4,500. That's $3,000 daily loss limit with slippage on a little bit of a size. And while the percentage of winning days isn't stellar and the winning trades isn't stellar, what I do like here is the average winning day, even though they're fewer and further between. The average winning day is $5,200. And the average losing day is about half of that at $2,700. That's something to make note of. That will help a trader with a lower winning day percentage still have the ability to be profitable. Now, he's got to up it a little bit to actually be profitable and change things around, but I know he can do that. I think that he can do that because on a per trade basis, per contract basis, he does have a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio, which is good. $470 in profits per contract, only risking $230 per contract. What I really like here, and this ties into the $100,000 balance, is Joel, going back to the middle of November, he had a few daily loss limit days early on in the account where, he hit the daily loss limit, like I just said. Mid-November, after one of those daily loss limit days, called up, said, change my daily loss limit from 3,000 to 2,000. So he trimmed his available risk on any given day by, 33% there.
Good call.
Nice. And I respect that from someone who's got $100,000 in their trading account, because I think it's pretty understandable, or you could sympathize with someone that says, I got $100,000 in the account, I'm not going to make a change like going from 3,000 to 2,000. Most people who are a little reckless, a little less mature, would say, the hell with that. I'm not trimming my loss limit from 3 to 2. But he did it. And he did it while he's got a $100,000 trading account. So I think that's a pretty big boy thing to do from Joe, which is one of the reasons why this is a shout out card, because with the 30 days he's traded and the low winning percentages, the negative net P&L, that just tells me that this is someone who, is positioning themselves for another 30 days of, potential small losses to a degrey, 30 days of treading water. And even if they, these 30 days that they've had now behind them are what the next 30 days look like, they're still going to have an extremely healthy account balance that's going to allow them to survive to trade another day. Now, I do believe that there should be some tweaks made with the trading. John, you could probably see there's 26 trades a day, and I know that's on a per contract basis. Joe will trade size, but it's kind of what the trade report is showing me is that he kind of, to a degree, scales into it, which is another good thing. But I think he's just making a couple smart moves while probably trying to position himself to, string some profits together, string some trades together. But I do think, if you are someone who has a net P&L of minus $600 or a low winning trade percentage, you're doing 26 trades a day, a couple things there, and it's always, no fun to hear. Mick, me over here, I'm saying the stuff that isn't fun. Take fewer trades. If you don't have a high win rate, try and be more selective with the trades. You're probably going to weed out some of those marginal trades that you were taking shots at. My dad. I remember, I told him how I was positioned in a grain trade one day. And he goes, why are you, I don't even remember if it was long or short. He was like, why are you long? And I said, I'm just taking a shot. Boom, crack in the back of the head. I didn't have a reason for why I was positioned the way that I was. It's like, you don't take shots, It's like, have a reason. So, little side story here, but there's an opportunity here to trade fewer contracts. If you are someone that's struggling with low winning trades, low winning percentages, go to fewer trades. I've talked about it a lot with Andre. He and I like talking about this because I was coached this way and he was coached, very similarly, that your job should be to aim for 100% winning trades. It might happen one day if you're making 3 trades, maybe you get 100% winning trades, but over the course of time, nobody's going to have 100% winning trades.
Yeah.
But if you set your sights on that and it's going to force you to be more selective, and that just means you're going to be that much more close to 100%, even though you won't be able to get there most days. You won't sustain it most weeks. It is a goal that is worth trying to achieve. And if you don't get there, you're going to be that much closer to it. And your pocketbook or your trading account is going to feel the benefits of that. So
it is a worthy yet unattainable goal.
Yes, but again, John, you tell our traders, everybody, trusts the guy with white facial hair more than the young guy with a dirty mustache. You should be aiming for 100% winning trades, right? Even if you know you're not going to aim for it.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You put a trade on, you're not hoping for a loss. You're hopefully not getting smacked in the back of the head by your dad, and you have a reason for the trade. And that reason for the trade is putting you in a position to potentially profit. And if, of course, everybody would love to have 100% winning trades. It's, not possible. But, look for the good opportunities. You've heard me say 100 times, Mick, if we go looking for trades, we're going to find them for sure, but we may not find the good ones. The good trades have a tendency to come to find you. Joe would, just looking at his trade report here, there's so many days when he's up and ends up, losing, hitting max drawdown. If he would just like any day he's up around $2,000, just call it a day. He's in much better shape.
You are really filling in Jack's shoes there talking about that metric. I'm happy you brought it up because I did not. Yeah, just looking at yesterday's trade date, he was up $3,300 and finished the day down, at his daily loss limit of $2,000. That's a $5,000 swing. Capturing $5,000, the difference of a $5,000 swing on these metrics, you can do the math pretty easily, of 30 days, at $600 in losses a day. What does 5,000 do to, change that average daily P&L or his net P&L? That's the kind of stuff that, if you're looking at a trade report and crunching some numbers, you would probably be telling yourself in the trades like, oh, I need to lock this in. And certainly, Joe is capable of putting up larger winning days. I mentioned he's up $6,800 today. His best winning day is $15,000 and change, almost $16,000. So he knows that he can make more, but I don't know. It's tricky for someone who has the ability to take out larger bites of the markets. It's harder to say, lock in the $3,000 winning day. But I mean, how many times? So there's $5,000 there. December 12th, they were up 2,300, ended up losing 2,000. That's $4,300. So now we're talking $9,300 difference over two trading
November
days.
11th, up 15K down $3,000, $18,000.
That shit adds up a lot, especially when it's that big. That's bad.
Keep half.
That's bad. Keep half. Keep half. Oof, yeah, there's that November 11th. I'm happy you pointed that one out. There's a lot of trading there too, as far as 26 trades a day. They were at 80 trades that day. So,
right.
I probably what happened was they were in tune with the markets, feeling it really well. They got up there. They kept trading, which if you're feeling the markets, unless you have a reason, you hit you're content with what you made on the day, or you have somewhere to be. But there's nothing wrong with continuing to trade if you're up big money. But as you're up big money, scale your position sizing back a little bit too. It's already later in the day, so the odds of continuation in any trend you're trying to take decrease significantly towards the end of the day. Any profits you have, if you're trading smaller leverage, you might add only a little bit less to those profits, but you're not going to erode your profits from earlier in the session. And what probably happened here is they were up almost 16 grand that day, traded some size, gave 5 of it back and said, I just want to get back to where I was before. Let 100%. Me continue. And in the pursuit of trading your account balance or your P&L for the day and not trading what you see in the markets, $18,000, almost $19,000 swing there. That was more like it was a $19,000 swing.
Well, when you notice the next time he was up 15 grand, he walked away after the day, that December 3rd.
Yeah, that's these 3. That's good. That's a learning experience. But I'm 100%. Ringing the bell of shame for all you Game of Thrones people. Shame, shame. All right. Well, John, let's move over to Hector really quickly. I think we unpacked a lot there. We'll be quick with Hector. We're running low on time. Hector's only been in a live account for 6 days. This is a horse of a different color. Small sample size, but net P&L is $600, kind of the inverse of what we saw with Joe. He's at a high winning trade percentage, 67% winning trades. Excuse me, 67% winning days and 67% winning trades. I didn't need to correct myself. I knew it in the back of my mind. He's pretty selective. He's trading he's taking less than 2 trades a day, and I really, really like that a lot. That's a good way to build a foundation. If you're struggling, that's a good thing to go back to, the limiting of the trades like we were talking about with Joe. But it's a $50K account. His best winning day, $1,550. He's up $1,350 today. So adding a little bit more there, that'll goose his numbers in a nice way. He's come close to that daily loss limit. He's hit the daily loss limit. All in all, his winning days are, for now, bigger than his losing days. And that trend continues with his performance today. But I love that it's 2 trades a day. And because he's so selective, it's actually probably what he's looking to take out in profits versus what he's willing to risk that generates the 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio.
That is fantastic.
Excuse me, that risk-reward ratio generates 2 trades a day. If you're looking for, if you're doing 1-to-1, you're going to find more trades. But if you're looking for 4-to-1, it really narrows down the trade setups that you're going to find on a daily basis. But this is a great, I think it's actually 3-to-1 risk-reward. My napkin math was off, but he's pocketing over $1,100 per winning contract, and then he's only risking $390 on the losing contract. So that's good. Also, I like the times held in the trades, the winners versus the losers. I remember, patient with the winners to the degree of 70 minutes on his winning trades on average, while he's cutting the losing trades or getting stopped out. One of the two at around 2 minutes. But, that's nice. That's someone who's letting their winners ride, and they're trading small, making few trades, and it's easy to make or lose $1,000 a day trading a one lot, Hogue. You know that.
It certainly is. I have high hopes for Hector. I mean, 3-to-1 reward over risk at 2/3 of his trades being winners. I mean, this is somebody that could build an empire if they can just keep up those metrics. Just keep doing what you're doing. Dance with the one you brung. And as you increase that size, keep doing what you're doing. Add a little bit more size. Fantastic job here, Hector. I'm really impressed. I don't even think there's anything I can pick on here.
No, there really wasn't. I didn't throw anything on the card. Maybe after another 6 days or another 12 days, we'll find something, because there's always something. I mean, everybody's got a little, some flaws. But
of course.
It's good to say, it's good to say that this is working, and this is a true shout out for Hector. And I wanted to talk about him, not because he's the biggest swinger, but he's selective. He's doing well. And, $600 a day on average adds up to a lot over time. I know a lot of us out there as traders think that we should be making or losing $4,000 a day, $5,000 a day. But if you're not consistently profitable with those winning days, you're going to be, at a scratch come the end of the year, where someone who's able to trade small, be selective, put up $600 a day, which is pretty good. It's, $3,000 a week. That adds up over the number of weeks in the year. So
certainly
keep that in mind. Always extrapolate the numbers. And Hector, keep up the good work. I got my pom-poms out for you. I'm just not wearing the cheerleader skirt, but I got the pom-poms out.
And on that note, that is a picture that we can keep forever.
You've got a dirty mind, Sean. That's a dirty mind. I shouldn't have said anything. Knowing I'm on with you, I shouldn't have said anything.
Well, Mick, it has been an absolute pleasure being on Shoulder Tap with you today. It's been a minute since we've had the opportunity to do this. Really appreciate it. And hope you have a wonderful holiday. If I don't get the chance to talk to you before then, Merry Christmas and best to the family. Say hello to your pop and your sister and everybody for me, and Antonia, and we're looking forward to having a good holiday and a great year next year. Looking forward to doing this a few more times with you, Mick.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it. I love you, buddy, and we will make a point of talking before the holidays, or if not at or around the holiday. But
awesome.
My best to you and the rest of the Hoagland clan. You look good in that hat, man.
Hey, thanks.
I'd like, what is it, a PlayStation 5? I'd like a PlayStation 5 for Christmas, please.
Okay.
PlayStation 5, yes.
All right. I'll tell the elves, hey, PlayStation 5 for Mick. All right. You're on the nice list, so you'll get it.
I got plenty of time to screw that up.
Well, I'll be watching.
I know. You'll be my partner in crime.
Probably. All right, folks, stick around for group coaching. JD and myself will just take a quick break here, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Mick, again, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thank you for your patience. You stuck around. Now you get to reap the rewards because it's group coaching time. I'm JD behind the screen. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland. It's group coaching time. It's my favorite time of day. Hope it's your favorite time of day too. We got your questions.
Mine.
We got a bunch of them. They're pretty good. We're going to start going through them.
Awesome. How are you,
Merry
JD?
Christmas. Oh, good. I'm pulling up this sheet right now with the questions. I lost it for a second. I accidentally closed it out. I just pulled it back up. Okay. We're good.
That happens to me a lot.
Merry Christmas. Hoag, hoag, hoag. All right.
Hoag, hoag, hoag. I like that.
First
JD.
question. Just for you. All right. Wheels BT. I thought you were a veteran trader. I didn't realize that this is your first year trading. I feel like I've known you forever. But Wheels BT says, hey, since this is my first holiday season since I started trading, any advice for us rookies during the holidays? Should we simply expect low volume, or are we better off staying out of the markets the week of Christmas? Timeless question, right? To trade or not to trade the last week of the year?
Yeah.
Well, nobody else is really trading. Anybody that's made their money for the year is definitely not trading right now. I shouldn't say definitely. Very likely, that's how it used to go, at least. People would take the whole month of December off.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about institutional traders, they're not around either. Everyone's
done.
Taking their vacation time.
Once this rollover's done, they're out.
Yeah. Kids are out of school. Holidays are upon us. You're talking low volume with high liquidity spikes. Or a lack of liquidity. High volatility spikes. That's what I meant to say. But
Yeah.
what's your take on trading around the holidays? I mean, I think it's fair to say if you're able to take this time off, you probably owe it to yourself to take this time off, right?
Yeah. A lot of traders do take the time off, take the last 2 weeks off. It doesn't mean that there's not opportunity. You know, what JD was saying is absolutely true. There's going to be less volume, less liquidity. If something happens, it's going to happen fast. It's going to go further and farther and faster than it normally would when all the participants are available to affect the marketplace. You know, I've seen holidays, Wheels BT, and good to see you. And thanks for the question, by the way. I've seen holidays that were really good, and with some decent opportunities. I've seen holidays that were really just range bound, slow, la-di-da, nothing great opportunities, but still opportunities. Being that this is your first holiday season trading, you might want to just get involved, use a practice account to try and trade that your first holiday season. When you think about who is going to be trading during the holidays, it's going to be speculators. It's going to be pea shooters like me and like you. It's not going to be the major players. So you're going to be in a kind of a situation, kind of like crude is now. It's been range bound for so long that the longer time frame hasn't really been adjusting inventory. So the market and the price action is largely being controlled by speculators that get too long at the high, they get too short at the bottom, and short time frame levels are likely to be respected. The problem is there's a whole boatload of short time frame levels. So Wheels BT, I mean, if you want to be involved in the markets, there's no reason not to be. Being that it's your first holiday season, maybe just trade on a practice account for your first holiday season. See how it goes. And, the markets could be really fantastic during the holidays. We've seen fantastic markets during the holidays. They could be not so great. It really just depends on the current situation and, what's going on in the world and in the markets. Great question. There's always something to learn, Wheels. But remember, as JD said, we work hard at this. We work hard all year long at looking for opportunities, trying to grow, trying to get better at understanding markets, all those things. it's important to remember to take a break too. So if you've been at this, every day, all day, definitely give yourself a break. It's a good time to do it. Spend time with family, friends, have some fun. Next year is going to be here before we know it. Don't feel like you're going to miss out on anything. These are opportunity making machines. The opportunities are going to be there moving forward. Good question, Wheels. Hope that helps.
Thanks, Wheels. Yep, the market will be there tomorrow, so don't worry about it today. Give yourself a break. We got another question from another, I won't call him a newbie trader, a guy that's only been trading for a few months. Kyle L. says, I first got into futures about 3 months ago, and it has been an amazing experience. I grew a personal account over 4,000% in no time and blew it even faster. I started off so strong, and for the last month, I've been struggling. I'd be lying if I didn't admit to having second thoughts in the back of my mind. I feel like I've hit a wall, and I'm struggling to get over it. Is this normal? Do you have any advice for people in this scenario? Lastly, I've tried a couple different prop firms, and Topstep has by far blown everything else away. I may have given up already if I hadn't found Topstep. Well, the good thing about Topstep is you're not at risk of blowing another brokerage account here. We try and provide a safe experience for our traders as they learn and grow and develop their trading skills. So you could do anything you want, totally margin free, basically. But Hogue, in your experience, I'm sure you know a lot of guys like this. I know a lot of guys like this. They build up an account real fast. They blow it real fast. You don't see them for a couple months. They come back. They do it again. They disappear for a little while. They come back. They do it again. How do you get over it? What's the trick to staying focused and staying in the game, not giving up? And how does Eddie put it? Never give up, never give in. Or that was Winston Churchill, wasn't it? But Eddie likes to play that clip.
Winston Churchill was, I think, success is never final and failure is never fatal.
100%. You nailed it. Kyle, I think Kyle could use a few words of encouragement.
Sure. Kyle, there were a lot of people on the trading floor that, once they got into the markets, it may have been market condition. It may have been just something that they got themselves in that worked out really well for themselves. And it was always a bit of a warning sign when somebody came into trading and, hit a grand slam right away. I think, I don't know you, Kyle, but for the people that I've seen do this, they start to feel very early in their career that they're God's gift to trading, and that they can't do anything wrong, and nothing could be further from the truth. So we saw a lot of guys come in, hit it big, and then when something changed in the market, or maybe they learned too much in their experience in making that money to be able to sustain that money and that profitability. So what you've experienced, Kyle, is not uncommon. But what you did was you came in and you found an opportunity that paid you a windfall profit with very little probably fear or knowledge of greed or knowledge of FOMO or knowledge of all those things that are things that come to traders in time. When you started losing, then you started to have the fear, then you started to have the greed, then you started to have the FOMO. And that is, I think, probably what's been the downfall of your windfall profit that you started with. It isn't until we experience some of that pain it's not until we experience some of that pain and some of those losses till we find out how we're going to be able to deal with them. So in a way, Kyle, you've been offered an opportunity. You've seen what it's like to make fast money easily. There's nothing fast and there's nothing easy about making money trading futures. It is always going to be an effort. There are going to be wins. There are going to be losses. I think you've got a wonderful opportunity to take the experience you had in your personal bank, in your personal brokerage account, to find out what trading is really like. Like JD said, Topstep is a safe place to take that opportunity and make it real. So what I think you've experienced is, they call it the Dunning-Kruger effect. You don't know anything to, I think I know a lot. And there was your windfall profit at the very beginning. Then it starts to fall off and you think, wow, I don't know all that much. I've got a lot more to learn. I'm losing all this money. And then once you hit that low, then you start to do the work that you have to do to become a consistent and profitable trader. And if you can do that and get past that, then your curve starts to kind of go back up again. So Kyle, don't give up, but make sure that you don't risk your personal money in doing this. Use Topstep's Trading Combine, the XFAs, to get your market knowledge in order, and your self-knowledge, even more importantly, in order. And then see if you can start to consistently profit over time with Topstep. You make some money at Topstep and you feel like you're ready to go out on your own, take that money and go out on your own. That's absolutely what we're looking for. We would love for that to happen for you. We'll be looking forward to your success, Kyle. And I hope that, what JD and I just talked about is going to help. And if you're all in that situation, I hope it's going to help you all, of course. I see Kyle's in the chat. You're welcome, Kyle. I think you've got a lot going on, and there's a lot to learn, and there always will be. I've been doing this for over 35 years, and I'm still learning.
Yep. Hang in there, Kyle. We're thinking about you. And for anybody else out there in the chat, listening or watching, if you're struggling in the markets, take comfort in the fact of knowing that these are not our grandfather's markets anymore. You don't have to work half a lifetime to come up with a stake to trade a personal brokerage account anymore. The new prop model is the model of the future. You don't have to put up your own hard-earned cash anymore to be profitable in the futures markets. Take that for what it is. We all wish you the best, especially during this holiday season. So thank you for the questions, and hope everyone is okay. All right, let's move on to Dan Trader, another chat all-star. Dan Trader says, hello, Hogue. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience. I've heard of the concept of liquidity breaks. Can you explain what the concept is and possibly show an example? Thank you. I hope you and your family have a Merry Christmas and a great New Year. A liquidity grab. Coach Hogue. Did we see any today? I'm looking at my chart.
To me,
liquidity grabs basically just like a swift move through a zone to wipe out some weak stops.
Yes.
Or resettling back into balance. That's what I see as a liquidity grab.
Yes. That's kind of what I see as a liquidity grab as well. I think there's kind of two different types, right, JD? I mean, there's the stop liquidity grab, where you get into a situation where there's a whole bunch of stops stacked up and the market rips that way because it's all stop market orders, and you get that liquidity grab. And you also get the liquidity grab where there is an area or a price level where there is a lot of bids or offers, because the market's job is to facilitate trade. So any liquidity grab is going to be an effort of the market or price action to facilitate trade, where the market is most comfortable trading, where buyers and sellers are able to meet, and do business is balance, right? So you're going to probably find liquidity grabs not in balance, but at the extremes of balance, or when the market is testing extremes of balance. Let's see here. So I would call the movement above the IB high in the NASDAQ today a liquidity grab. The IB high was 22,366.75. Everybody is looking at the regular trading hour session high. Everybody knows where it is. If people tried to short up against it, their stops were going to be just above that. That to me was a liquidity grab where people were shorting, shorter time frame liquidity grab, of course. People were shorting up against that level. The market, everybody knows that if we do take that out, there's probably going to be stops above that. And that's pretty much what we saw in the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ today. Okay, so that would be a liquidity grab to me. I know that there are other people that have other ideas or thoughts as to what a liquidity grab is. But it's where the market is either seeking a lot of liquidity or it's taking out a lot of positions, similar to what we saw in the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ today. That's just to me, Dan Trader. There's probably 100 definitions of liquidity grabs. Those are two that I would look for. Hope that helps.
Definitely subjective. Yep.
Yes.
Thanks for the question, Dan Trader. All right, we got a few minutes left. Let's hit one more. Next one comes from Doug. Doug C says, "Hello, coaches. Thanks for your time today. I'm trading well lately, but I find that when I have some profit, I start trading scared, closing out of trades if they don't immediately go in my favor, and taking every movement as a reason that it won't work out. Have you experienced this, and what would you do to overcome it?" Overtrading, when you're up a little bit of dough, afraid of taking heat, afraid of making profits, it's pretty much time to lock it out for the day. What do you think, Hogue?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're up on the day and you're starting to get nervous about protecting that profit, don't do what the Bears do. The Bears have a tendency that if they go into the locker room at halftime and they're winning, they go into protection mode and they stop trying to win the game and they just play to not lose, and therefore they lose. So, Doug, one of the things we say a lot here is we don't get any smarter once the trade is on. You've put the trade on for a reason. You have a level that invalidates the trade. Hopefully you've chosen that level technically, and maybe you have a reasonable and probable profit target. The market is probably never going to go from your entry to the profit target fast enough for you or for me or for anybody. I would love for all my trades to go from my entry to my profit target, bang, done, no problem, on to the next one. It just doesn't work that way. So, when the market is going your way and you're getting scared, you don't want to lose any of the potential profit that you had at one time, and you get the pullback and you get out at the pullback, and then you watch the trade play out in your direction and for a full profit taking, right? For a full profit target. It's such a difficult thing to do. It's human nature. When traders, especially new traders, put a trade on and it goes against them, they default to hope, or they default to, I'll just wait. The market's going to come back and it's going to make me whole again or make me money. That just creates bigger losses. When the market's going our way, we become fearful because we see that profit up to $200 on a one lot, and we think, oh man, I better take it now or the market's going to take it away from me. So we cut profits. Start thinking in another way, Doug. Start thinking, okay, I got to get out of my losses and take them and accept them and not let them make me crazy or give me venom in my veins or anything like that. And I've got to be hopeful when I'm in profit. So you should read Doug Hugard's book, The Best Loser Wins. I think it would be a good book for you to read because I think it does a good job of rewiring the brain to being fearful in loss and hopeful in profit instead of hopeful in profit and fearful, or instead of hopeful in loss and fearful in profit. You got to switch that wiring in your brain a little bit. Hopefully that's going to help you, Doug. JD, if it's okay, can I address one thing here?
Absolutely. Do your thing, Hogue.
Okay. So I know that there's a person that's hopefully in chat and listening to this, and I've blown a lot of accounts. I've been up against the wall. I have, I've been where you are, and there's nothing about being a successful trader or an unsuccessful trader. And, these things go from one to the other. Sometimes you're the ball. Sometimes you're the bat. Sometimes you're the horseshoe. Sometimes you're the ground. Sometimes the bar eats you. Sometimes you eat the bar. It's just the nature of the game, but it has nothing to do with who you are as a person. And you are a valuable person. There are people that love you, and even if you have to get a job and get your finances together, these markets are always going to be here. And if you leave the markets forever, it doesn't make you a bad person. If you succeed in the markets, it doesn't make you a better person. So please take a deep breath, pray, and find a way to get yourself straightened out. It's such a hard thing to do, and it's such a thing that people take internally, and they judge themselves by their ability to be a trader. And it's a really hard thing to try and judge yourself as a trader, because this is a really hard thing to do. If I judged myself as a trader, I would probably have gone crazy by this point. Your trades don't define you. You are a valuable person who is loved. Get yourself together, pray, get your finances together. Come back to us when you have the chance. It's not expensive. Don't risk any money in the markets. Just come back to us when you can. And please take a deep breath. You are valuable. You are loved. Nothing is that important. Okay. Blessings to you. Blessings to all of you. JD, blessings to you. And we'll see you next time. JD, I guess that's it. Unless there's something you want to add to that.
You nailed it, Hogue. Markets aren't going anywhere. Topstep's not going anywhere. Take your time. Everybody goes through drawdown. Take a step back, reflect. Like Hogue said, there's people out there that care about you. So do the right thing. All right. Merry Christmas, Hogue. Here we go. Setting up for the next segment. Stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break. We've got Back to the Futures coming up. Dolby and our man, Muhammad. Don't go crying to Muhammad if you couldn't play this range in the last 2 hours. Man, what a tough trade today in these equities. We're going to take a short break, though. Oh, then we're coming back. We got Power Hour. Andre, Dolby, James D, another trading hero from our casting call. And Hogue's going to be here for Power Hour, too. So we're going to be slinging some pork at the end. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. Topstep TV. Let's go. Thank you for your patience, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. We got our man Mo and Dolby.
Hello.
I'm not trying to
I'm
downplay your role here, Dolby.
Hello,
Mr. Muhammad. What is happening, my friend? What's going on in the markets today? What are you looking at? You up? You down?
Yeah.
Tell us everything. What's happening?
I have 5 combines locked out already, but it was difficult today to trade the market. For my strategy, it was so overwhelming. Market is giving me sell signal, then you have to wait a while, and then you have a buy signal. Hardly you can get the first target, and the market turn back. Now you have to wait for the sell signal. It is coming, and then sometime you get the target, sometime not, and then the market moves quickly. And the hard part is that you have to wait for too long for the signal to come, and sometime when it comes, you are not ready. You are somewhere distracted with anything else, you know. So, and then you start chasing the market, trying to average it down to get to the correct price. It was very difficult market. I think will be the case for the rest of the December.
Yep. Would you say the issue today was there a delayed reaction in the markets today from when you saw your signal to the way you wanted to see the market react to it? Is that what the problem was? You were waiting.
Not a delay. I don't think it is a delay signal, but it looks like the market is trying to find balance everywhere. It's a fist fight between the buyers and sellers. The sellers come very strongly, and then the buyers snaps quickly to the high, and no, it's not clear direction, and it's not even a range. It's not a clear range. If you trade the range, you will fall in the breakout. If you trade the trend, there is no trend going. So it's one of the hardest day that I ever seen in NQ. Actually, I don't used to trade December actually, but this year I decided say let's see what is the difference. We are hitting new time all time high. Maybe it's different now. Yeah, it is different yesterday only, but not today. It was difficult. We can go through the signals that I see today. I marked them on my chart. We can just quickly go through them.
Yeah, we were talking in the green room just a minute ago about being quick with the click, being quick with the clicking finger on the mouse. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. But when you see that signal,
it's
especially
about
on a day like today,
it's about your strategy. Actually, if your strategy requires you to take a specific price and specific stop loss and specific take a target like mine, you have to be quick in the signal. But the problem, the signals doesn't give you heads up before. Okay, be ready. We are going to have a signal right now. For example, here in the morning, the very morning, this is the opening of Asia market. No signal for me. Maybe this one very early. I'm not awake at the time. I don't trade this time. So then you can see the market tumble down without a signal for me, not touching. So you have to wait and wait and wait. And the signal came later here with a very big stop loss. So I don't take this. This is very big stop loss to take this short. So saving myself from a losing trade. Fine. Then the market goes higher very strongly. The signals comes here, but again, without touching the moving average. So you have to wait for the market to touch the moving. No touch. Going higher. Now, when it's touching the moving average, you are waiting for the signal. Nothing there. Nothing there. The market just goes below and it comes inside. Now we are waiting for the sell signal. Look at this. No sell signal for me. No sell signal. Waiting and waiting and wait until this candle for the news. Of course, I don't trade the news. Nothing. And then the market just went into a range. Market just went into a range after the news. And then here we go. The market goes down. I wait for a signal. No signal. No touch for the moving average. Now the signals came here. And just miss the entry. Just missed the entry. Yeah. Just missed. And I didn't miss it. But if I did, now I don't know what to do. The market goes there. Should I get in again? No, I don't know. But I took it. I wait for the whole long until the market barely touched my target, 1-to-1. If I ask more than 1-to-1, I will not get anything. And the market goes back again higher. And then look for how long I was waiting. And then the market give me a signal here. Same thing. Waiting. This time they touch me, the stop loss, and we come into a range again. The market keeps doing the same. This is a nice signal here. This is one of the nicest signal that I get today. But even 1-to-1. If you are looking for more than 1-to-1, you will not get anything. Similar to this one. 1-to-1, another signal, 1-to-1, that's it. Market keeps going. And this is the case for the yeah. So today is exactly what is it we call here. We have a signal here. I will take it. 1 second. 1 second. This is a signal.
We have a signal. Here we go.
Yeah. So on the stop loss is the high of this one. So waiting for the market to come back to the moving average. It did. Coming to the moving average. They give a signal in here. And now a second try to go short. Let's see what is the 1-to-1. I will take all my target at 1-to-1. No trailing, nothing.
What is your entry price on that trade, Mohammed?
2-to-2, 98. So target will be 1-to-1 exactly because of the behavior of today. Done. Which is done.
Nice trade. What a nice trade.
Do you see that? It just took the target, and just jumped.
Did you get hit? Did you get filled? Are you still in?
Yes.
Are you out?
Yes. Yeah, it gets 5 micro. I'm out with the full.
Nice trade.
Very nice trade. So yeah, when you see those signals, you have to be active, present, and ready to click that mouse button to get into the market. You used a market order to get in there, didn't you? That wasn't a limit order or a stop order?
That was a limit order exactly at my
limit
entry.
Order?
Luckily the market get backs to my entry here and went to the target.
Very nice.
Limit order because I cannot, one point of slippage will ruin my risk to reward. It is 1-to-1, so it is 1-to-1, so I cannot give any extra.
Yep, I get it. There is such a thing as positive slippage, but is it going to happen to you today? Probably not.
It's like a unicorn, JD. Like a unicorn. I do want to do a little plug here. Everybody, make sure you are following us on X, or as Eddie likes to call it, Twix. So that is at Topstep T. I know that was really funny. I like the Twix joke. I'm waiting for like the cease and desist though from Mars Candy or whoever, or Twitter. So at Topstep TV, make sure to follow us. That's where you get the latest announcements, VIP form drops. Also, you're going to submit all of your hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour, all that good stuff. And I think Andre is in chat right now. He's going to put up a poll. Who do you think runs our Twitter? Andre, JD, or Dolby, or Danielle, or all of the above? Actually, you only get 4. You only get 4. At Topstep TV, make sure to give us a follow. 3,400 followers. Help us get to 3,500. That would be awesome. Also, give us some likes. We like likes.
Yeah, we need likes today. I mean, it is only 800. Let's take this to 1,000, please. Only 1,000. It's 800 now, 884. So,
thank you, Mohammed. Saying the important things out loud is very important.
I mean, a winning trade today feels like a home run, just because of how difficult this trading session is.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the NQ is rolling over a little bit here. Are all indices selling off? It looks like at least ES and Q are. Do you have a downside target for any of this stuff here, JD? I have some
I'm looking at new lows going in the close. I actually have a trade. I'm not allowed to trade in a live account when we're not on air, but I've sort of been quasi on air all day. Long story short, I got a trade on in a trading combine right now.
Nice.
I'm short at around the 22,350 level, and I'm looking for new lows. I'm sharing my charts. You can pull that up.
22,350, JD.
Yeah, I followed a couple house account trades earlier. I like trading along with the house account too when I'm doing work behind the scenes, just throwing a trade on.
Yeah.
So I was down early. I was down $600, and now I've got about $1,300 in equity in this trade right now. So I'm looking for new lows.
Yeah,
I see that.
I see 258 down there is a buying area. The last demand zone. It's very obvious here in the chart. If you can see it, it's very obvious. So maybe you trail down your stop at least when you reach that level, because if the market bounce from this area, what I talk about is 260 to 250. This area will be a decent area for buyers to protect that low, let's say. Hopefully they don't protect it for you. So just in case you see a jump from that area, that could be, you know the NASDAQ when it goes higher without looking back.
I think this market needs to pull back a little bit. If you go to like a 4-hour chart, like it's kind of been sitting in no man's land. But one area that I'm really interested in, actually, let's say it's two. Actually, let's say it's a range. It's everything between like 22,200 up to say like 22,240. So it's about a 40-point range. I'm really curious to see if we can get all the way back down to 22,203. And we have that like little bit of resistance at one point in time, maybe that becomes support, and then we can get a bounce off of there. But it just feels like there is a chasm between that and where we're currently at. So I'm kind of curious to see if these buyers will step in before we get down to that level.
Yeah.
That's not that far away. It's only 80 points away too. JD, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I think that can happen today.
Yeah, if we break this low, it's very strong. Actually, the 250s, even there is from yesterday, there is a demand area also conflict with the same demand area that we are at right now. So that one with today's will create a strong support area between 250 and 260. I will try to go long here with a tight stop at 240. If we break 240, I believe we are going to 22,070 down there, because this is the next demand area.
Do you have you said 22,000 240s for longs?
Yeah, the 240s will be, the area that buyers should protect. Otherwise, you'll see a lot of buyers exiting their positions, and it will be catastrophic. It will be.
Is that something that you look for in your trading, is to see where other traders might be responding to price? Because I know you use a lot of like moving averages for your trading, but do you combine that with maybe hot spots in the market, like say 22,240 that were recent lows?
Yeah, technical analysis has zero value if you don't combine it with the psychology of the market. Because at every level, there is an opposite level for the other side. Buyers, they have their levels. Sellers, they have their levels. So the point is, whenever you know where is the target of the sellers and where is the target of those buyers, then you can use your levels in the right way. For example, let's say in my chart here, let's say, for example, the sellers are looking for this measured move, A, B, C, D. Okay, so this is a reasonable target for the sellers. For somehow, if the market goes beyond it to the 40s, that could be a nice level for the buyers to come and take their shot. But before that, do we have a target for buyers? The answer is yes. The buyers keep trying. Yeah, they keep trying to go over this level, and they tried for a while in this morning, and they failed. So maybe from this level, they will try again to go there. So this is why I'm looking to buy at this supply, this demand area, because the sellers already they got what they wanted from the move from the high. So maybe now it's the profit taking. Buyers will start to bargain hunting this low. So yeah, it's worth a shot to buy at this area, not below it. Below it, it will be a stop run, and now every buyers will forget about that high now. Now they have to set up a new target for them.
Also, do sellers to become buyers too, right? All the maybe long-term shorts at 240, maybe they want to switch sides. They have a chance to get out of break even. They didn't like the heat they were in, so maybe they become the buyers, which is why I kind of like finding that support, resistance, support, because that way, as a small trader, you can find ways to ride momentum, and you have to be able to identify where traders might be switching sides, going from long to short, short to long, and those traders will move the markets.
100%. But the question where does this buy at the 40? You're looking to buy at 47 or 40. Where does this invalidate? In my opinion, if we truly break that low, okay, and retest it and going back again, then the buy here is invalid.
Yep.
Because we have a support that is broken, becomes resistance, getting tested. That's it. So now the buyers become sellers, looking for bigger targets.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting level to look at going forward. I'm very curious to see if the sellers maintain their strength and they don't become buyers, and then maybe we do end up getting that really deep push down below, let's say 22,200s. JD, you've been short for a while. What are you targeting here for your short? Oh, you're muted, homie.
$5.
$5. I'll get it to Jack in a couple days. Anyway, right here, I was looking at this this quasi liquidity grab right here. Let me pull up my I want the marker. There it is. Right around here, when I saw the spike followed by the dip, the rip, and then the dip, and then another move back up to right around that 22,350 area, that big fat round number. I like those numbers. 22,350.
It's almost like a head and shoulders sort of. Unlike the
sort of
5 minute, it's not like it's kind of
looking
like
at a 15-minute chart right now. But let me scale back to a 5
Notre Dame sort of head and shoulders pattern, but it's kind of there a little bit. It's not the best head and shoulders, but it's like decent.
So on the move back down here, the move back down after putting in this high, where I get in, did I feel like it was the best entry price getting in right there? Not so much, and it did come back and retest me, but I never moved my stop. So,
JD,
and a testament to letting your trades play out and not moving your stops. This is just the one lot I have on in a trading combine, but you can see I was down $600. Now I'm up $1,500 on this trade right now,
Putting
and I'm still looking
on it.
for new lows.
Wow.
So JD, you
Nice.
didn't move your stop. Why didn't you move your stop?
Because I had conviction and I wanted to see this trade work out. Again, no real skin in the game. This is just a trading combine. But I was confident in the setup. I was confident when I was looking at volume. I was looking at price action. I was also listening to what everybody was saying on air on Topstep TV, and I put the trade on. So we're still in it. We're writing it down. Not a live account though, but we're not allowed to trade the live account when we're not on air. So I didn't do it. Would have been a great one.
Should have had 50 on, JD. Should have had 50.
Should have had 50 on. Always leave a runner. We got a runner.
That's right.
So yeah, right now I'm looking for new lows. I know what Mohammed is saying about that 40 level that is currently, I think our low for the day is right around 44, 43, 44, something like that.
Yeah.
So a retest there it makes sense to me right now. Will it hold again? I don't know. If we get down there and retest that level, I will move a stop and definitely take some profit on this trade if it bounces off that level.
Yeah, I'm looking for a short as well. If we have a test for the moving average, another signal, as you can see here, the market, after we enter the trade, we took our target. Unfortunately, I took all, didn't leave any runner because of the behavior of the market today. So the market keeps going lower without a signal. If the market comes here and comes here, what I mean by here is 22,289 around this area, and give me another red candle, that will fire a short signal looking for the 270. 270 is the measured move target. I can see also a channel, a rotation in a channel down.
Yeah, it's been stair stepping nicely, Mo. I think your chart kind of shows that too. At least this like last leg, not last leg, but I'll put it in everything from like 1146 central on has been nice stair stepping down. So I totally see the opportunity to start taking shorts. It would have been a lot better, Mo, if we started taking them at like 333 instead of 289. But if you have conviction that this is going to continue down to 40s, then there's 40 points on the table theoretically that we could get.
I am not JD. To take it.
You're not a market wizard. Just silently putting on a clinic for himself. Silent assassin back there.
You have to prove it to yourself every single day, guys.
You do. Really good as your last trade, as David Green said.
He's not wrong.
And then I responded to him on Twitter or X, and I was like, "Yeah, so bought high a day at Nasdaq minus 300. It's a superpower of mine." The only person who lost money going long Nasdaq yesterday. What happens if you start trading at 2:00 and you've missed everything else? So
brutal. Yeah.
Mo, are you gonna nab some shorts here at 280, 290?
No, I'm waiting if the market never comes back again to the moving average. That was the behavior of the market today. It jumped not enough to the moving average. Shorting without touching the moving average is against my setup, so I don't take it. Have to wait. If the market keeps going down, I will buy it at 253. 253 with a stop at 243. 240, let's say 240.
253, okay. We got 266 is what? That's yesterday's value area low. We did test there earlier today. Made it all the way down to 40. What is this low? 44 and a quarter.
Yeah. Maybe the market
I like
will
what you're
bounce
seeing
from 270. Maybe it will bounce quickly from 270. Maybe because this is a measured move. Everybody is looking at it. And everybody is seeing this leg. And now they measured it if I'm a seller, I would definitely I would take some here. So that if a lot of sellers taking profit at this area, that means they are buying the market. You could see the market now at 285 as a profit taking.
285. Okay.
But this is just accelerating to the downside. I think gravity is starting to take hold of NASDAQ a little bit, and maybe some people are losing a little bit of patience and are just like, let's just get this over with. Come on. Let's just get us down to 240s, start running stops, and get this going.
Yeah.
Drop it like a sack of potatoes, right?
I mean, it feels like it's accelerating. We're really not that far away. Like I said, we're 80 points away like a couple minutes ago. Now we're only about 70 points away from 200 evens. Like it's going to happen. Feels like it's going to happen at least.
We're hitting 200, huh?
I think we're hitting 200.
It doesn't have breaks. 200.
It's just the main reason being, JD's, I don't think there's enough buyers at 240 to make this thing reverse. I think we need to see shorts cover at 200, or give them at least the opportunity to decide if they want to cover there or not, or maybe they feel emboldened. They feel pretty confident. But I think those two spots, like 240 and 200, I think are going to determine a lot of what we're going to see the next, hour. See if we can get down there. Those are probably the next objectives for NASDAQ.
Yeah, makes sense. We're either going to stop dead in the tracks at 240, or we're going to blast right through it.
Because you have to imagine, put yourself in the shoes of a bull right now. It's like, would you buy now, or would you just wait for 240? Like, we're 30 points away from 240.
What are you really seeing? Bulls in the chat. Everybody that's trying to buy this dip in the or the NASDAQ. What are you seeing right now with real conviction that is making you want to be long the NASDAQ right now? What are you seeing?
Right now, nothing.
Initial
we
balance
get down to
low?
240? Maybe. Get down to 200s? Maybe. Because then we can, get some sort of confirmation, have some patience, use your setups, whether it's Mo's setup, range setups, whatever your setup is. But, level, was it? Level time trade. I think that's what I used to call it. Like, find your level. Are we spending time there? And if we do get a consolidation, then put a trade on. But we're not at a level right now, really, on any major time frame. We're kind of just floating in no man's land for the most part.
We have that 66 level, which is yesterday's value area low. So we're still trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. But we're about to break through there right now, I think.
Yeah.
I think
actually,
not.
No?
I think we will not break it. Maybe if we just run stops and get back again. This is the behavior of the market today.
Good assessment too, yeah.
Running stop and a rally. We don't see a clear trend. Yeah, this is a trend, but this is a very short-term trend. Very slowly one. Yeah. So when you see market is, we have this move higher, and then the market took its time to go down this area. When it comes there, this is just calculate the time from here to here and compare it with this. This is longer time, taking the market to go back to that low. So they're tired, or let's say exhausted, getting to that level right now. So maybe they will run stop and come back again to the same range, especially the end of day, low volume. We are getting this spike now from the 70s to 85.
Oh, interesting.
So let's see.
So it's kind of bouncing off the lowest consolidation that we had, which would be right at say 920-ish, 930. We had a little, let's say, 1 minute consolidation and then shot up. And the top of that consolidation was 22,266, let's say. give or take a couple, which is right about where buyers ended up stepping back in. It is a setup that I do like seeing every now and then.
And plus, it is a measured move, as we explained it before.
Nice.
A measured move exactly at the same area, 270, 268. So sellers will take profit here, obviously. So now let's see if the market give us a short signal, short red candle. That nice. I like this trap. So what I mean by trap, that was the recent high. This one also recent high. The market goes above them. So weak hand sellers, they place their stop at this pivot. So when the market do this and then showing a strong red candle, that is my signal to go even lower.
So for the people in the back, Mo is looking at a 1,000 tick chart on the MNQ. So we got a nice spike. He's looking for a red tick candle, and then possibly for a short entry. House count is flat.
No trades.
I saw a question in the chat as well earlier about this moving average. Quickly, these are 21 EMAs. The middle one is the close. The source is close, with enabling the smoothing line EMA 21 and checking this smooth EMA. So you can see the blue one as well. So the blue one is the moving average of the moving average for the close. The other two are the high and the low. Same moving average. This is for source is a high, and that one the source is a low. And these indicators helping me to identify who has control. So whenever we see the blue one outside the Bollinger, that means outside from the high, that means the sellers are having control. So wait for buying until the control is switched to the buyers. So far, sellers having control. This signal is not good for me because it's not closing below the moving average. Yeah, it's not closing below the moving average.
Yeah.
Very good.
When you put a regular moving average on your chart, chat doesn't care. But Mo, every time you're on and they see that squiggly blue line, chat loses their minds. They must know what is on that blue squiggly line.
What is your squiggly blue line? Thank you for the clarification, Mo.
Yeah, I have also a video in my YouTube
explaining
the setup. Yeah, it will explain the setup for how to do it. Let me share it.
This is setting up as almost the identical setup on a 3-minute chart to why I shorted in the first place on a 15-minute chart.
Oh, interesting.
The rip
like tradeception.
Yeah.
We have a signal now. We have the signal. As we can see, the red candle closes outside from the down. So, but this will be bit...
You're shorting?
Yeah, short. Not filled yet. I placed my limit order at 78.25. 78.25. But the stop has to go above 96. Yeah, I'm filled now.
No, so mine. Okay, cool. Stop is in. What's your profit target?
For 1-to-1, interesting. It will be exactly at the supply area. The demand area, 258.
258.
258. Put it in.
258.
Excellent. House is short. 22,280s. One lot.
House count is short. 22,280. How many, Dolby? Just one?
Just one.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I need to size up.
One is enough.
I need to size up.
One is enough.
What am I doing over here?
In this environment, no, don't.
Thank you. You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
I have 5 micros. I have 5 micros, and I think it's too much.
That's a half of one.
5 micros.
Half of one for the people in the back.
Yes.
Half a mini.
Yeah. So if you
All
want
right,
to lose today, please lose small.
If you want to lose today. If you feel
No,
like
typically
losing,
I don't go one to
try to
one.
lose small.
NJ asked me, do you usually use 1-to-1? No, usually it should be 1 to 125. 1 to 125. But when I see trades today, it's barely going to 1-to-1. So today is an exception.
The anomaly. All right, listen, guys, we're gonna do we got the house account short at 22,280. Mo short 22 right around 280 also, right?
Yeah. But
Real quick.
The likes is 1,000. Okay, thank you.
We hit 1,000 likes, so now we're going to show you some jabs. We're going to give you some trader wins real quick before we bring in Hogue to do the afternoon recap. Do it, Dolby.
Look at all these. Jab. Okay, Alaska Jiu-Jitsu. Pass another combine. See you killers tomorrow morning with a fresh XFA. Hopefully, congratulations, Alaska Jiu-Jitsu. That sounds very exciting. Did lie. I was making 500 or 1,000 a day, and then 2 bad weeks, and down in my account over $1,000. Chat, I think we can all relate with did lie here. Being up a bunch and then losing it and being down on the week is not fun. Gee whiz, done for the day. Up 1,500 on my new combine, shorting MNQ and MES. Have a good day, y'all. I grabbed that one. That was pretty early in the day. That trader is probably very happy they are done trading. NVIDIA stock splits. Started my second active express funded account today. Passed yesterday. Took 0 trades on the new XFA either. Patiently, NVIDIA stock split. That is a great idea. Stay patient. No one's making you trade those accounts. RW Rise. I passed my 50K combine. That's at 3,005.80 win rate, 85.71. I put the pick in Coach Vince's room in Discord. That is awesome. Congratulations, RW Rise. Momo Man, I was down almost 2,000 and fought my way back to up 900. I'm worn out and locking it up now. Shout out to the lockout button, and also shout out to Momo Man. That is the most tiring $2,900 you will ever make. God, does it get exhausting trying to come back from a down day? Really drains your mental capital. But that is jab. Hang in there, chat, and hang in there, traders.
Thank you, Dolby Time. All right, house count's still short. Mo is still short. We're going to ride this trade into Power Hour. We're going to bring up Hogue in just a few minutes. He's going to do an afternoon recap. We'll see what he has to say about this market action today. I just lost my place. There we go. Power Hour. We got Andre, Dolby, James, D, and John the Goat Hoagland.
Nice.
Merry Christmas, Hogue. Another little pop there. Not on very impressive volume. I still like the short side.
Yep. More pain needs to be inflicted in NASDAQ, it feels like. I don't think enough people have felt pain today yet.
Yeah, it feels heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it feels very heavy for the market to jump 25 points. Just feels, wow, 25 points up. Wow, that's very far. So
what a move. Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty unusual, right? Because we typically say,